Chapter 1697. Ancient Dipankara Buddha pointed and a pagoda that was even more dazzling than the Rui golden pagoda that the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, had controlled in the past. The pagoda was embedded with relics. They shone brightly and suppressed Neza's head. The 3 flowers appeared on Neza's head, and his entire body began to expand. Although he still looked like a young man, he turned into a towering figure. With just that, he seemed to be about to break through the primordial world that everyone was in. In the past, he had once been suppressed by ancient Dipankara Buddha with the pagoda. However, at that time, he was only at the Great Void Realm. Now that he had been at the zenith heaven for many years, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Even if ancient Dipankara Buddha used the pagoda to suppress him, the effect would be greatly reduced. Compared to when he was filled with hostility and killing intent, Neza was not as violent and stubborn. Instead, he was more agile. He raised the flame-like spear in his hand and blocked the golden pagoda, preventing it from falling. However, at that moment the boundaries of the world formed by the temple became transparent and blurry. He could see the green lotuses and Buddhist light in the vast western Pure Land outside. Rays of Buddhist light flowed, and under the guidance of the sariras inlaid on the pagoda, they blessed the golden pagoda. The battle venue was set in the western Pure Land. Ancient Dipankara Buddha's various methods were naturally convenient. Neza immediately felt that the golden pagoda had become even heavier. Although the pagoda was still blocked by him and could not fall, golden flames flowed along the tip of the spear and attacked him. The flames did not have any temperature and did not feel hot. They were clean, transparent, and extremely pure like a light screen. Even though Neza had a defensive treasure, the golden flames were illusory and passed through the obstruction of the heavenly silk. In an instant, Neza's body felt weak. The 3 flowers on his head seemed to dim. At the same time, ancient Dipankara Buddha pointed again. Suddenly, there was a 5-colored glow that dazzled one's eyes and suppressed one's mind. See Calming Pearl. Neza had the treasure lotus immortal body and was naturally immune to most evil arts and special arts in the world. The Sea Calming Pearl's 5-colored glow could not be used. Therefore, ancient Dipankara Buddha first used the golden pagoda to break his treasure lotus immortal body. At the same time, he used the Sea Calming Pearl to smash it down. As long as Neza's mind was captured by the Sea Calming Pearl, he would not have an easy time when the 18 pearls smashed down together. Even if Neza managed to resist the bombardment of the Sea Calming Pearl, he would definitely be in a difficult situation. At that time, the ancient Dipankara Buddha would personally take action and finish the job. There was a 90% chance that he would succeed in one battle. In a battle between experts, victory and defeat was often determined by a thin line. If he seized the opportunity, it was very likely that the snowball would grow bigger and bigger like an avalanche. In the end, it would be unstoppable. Although the ancient Dipankara Buddha didn't want to fight with Neza, he had the thought of not fighting as much as possible. But now that he really had to fight, he didn't intend to hold back at all. He simply tried his best to defeat Neza in the fastest and safest way. He didn't want to give Neza a chance to be injured or to fight desperately with Neza, so that he could minimize the risk and damage that might be caused by this battle. As a result, in Yen Zhaoge's eyes, the scene was like an ancient Dipankara Buddha being forced into a battle. He suddenly erupted and unleashed a powerful move without stopping. He instantly erupted with his full strength, wanting to kill Neza with a series of powerful moves. However, Neza was already prepared for this. With the pagoda pressing down and the golden flames surrounding his body, Neza had a complete grasp of the situation after carefully experiencing the changes within. Without giving his opponent any chance to weaken his treasure lotus celestial body, Neza instantly counterattacked. The red heavenly silk on his body shook, and turned into a red light. Then, Neza swallowed the red light while looking up at the sky. He secretly activated the new technique that he had figured out. A red glow suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, isolating the golden flames outside. Not only that, the red glow even went up the fire-tipped spear's shaft all the way to the tip of the spear, and in turn infected the pagoda. With the five-colored light enveloping his body, Neza's vision was originally blurred, and his mind was even more sluggish. One after another, the sea-calming pearl was already smashing down towards Neza. A sea-calming pearl was like a layer of heavens and a universe. At this moment, it was smashing down from the sky with an extremely vigorous and heavy power. With so many sea-calming pearls falling together, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Fortunately, Neza had already removed the suppression of the golden pagoda on his body. The treasure lotus celestial body was extremely magical, and his mind was no longer confused by the five-colored light emitted by the sea-calming pearl. At the critical moment, the wind-fire wheels under his feet rotated at an extremely fast speed, helping him to dodge the continuous attacks of the sea-calming pearls one after another. After Neza regained his footing after the initial urgency, he gradually stopped dodging. The fire-tipped spear in his hand was either horizontally or diagonally sweeping, directly facing the terrifying sea-calming pearls head-on. "Seems like I can't subdue you like before." At this moment, the ancient Dipankara Buddha sighed and appeared in front of Neza. The Buddha's palm that was spinning with the swastika symbol seemed slow but was actually fast. It blurred time and space and attacked Neza. Neza snorted coldly and was not afraid at all. A head and 2 arms appeared on his shoulder, showing the appearance of 2 heads and 4 arms. The fire-tipped spear in his hand also split from 1 to 2. On one hand, he dealt with the attack of the sea-calming pearl, while on the other hand, he raised the tip of the spear. He did not dodge and directly stabbed the swastika symbol in the Buddha's palm. The ancient Dipankara Buddha cared about himself. How would he be willing to fight with Neza in close combat? The Buddha's palm was stabbed by Neza's fire-tipped spear and instantly shattered into a ball of golden flames. Even the body of the Dipankara Buddha, which was also made of flames, also exploded at this moment and turned into a vast sea of flames. As the fire waves swallowed and spat, it burned the heavens and earth, instantly covering the entire temple. Everything seemed to be ignited by the golden flames and turned into its fuel. Even the fire-tipped spear in Neza's hand and the wind-fire wheels under his feet seemed to be engulfed by it. Outside the sea of flames, the real ancient Dipankara Buddha stared at Neza. Behind this ancient Buddha's head, in the perfect Buddha light, there were 3 lights, 1 purple, 1 gold and 1 gray, shining at the same time. The most famous treasure and method of the ancient Dipankara Buddha was the sea-calming pearl that he obtained from the prime clear bigwig Zhao Gongming. As a result, some people felt that without the sea-calming pearl, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was not worth mentioning. This was not unreasonable. In fact, the sea-calming pearl was indeed the most powerful weapon of the ancient Dipankara Buddha. However, even without the sea-calming pearl, the ancient Dipankara Buddha's strength was also one of the few bigwigs of the Buddhism. At this moment, he exerted his full strength. The golden lights flickered, and the terrifying sea of flames destroyed the heavens and earth. Even a real universe was no different from a piece of paper in front of such power. However, a bit of light suddenly lit up in the surging flames. This bit of red light forcefully pierced through the sea of flames, causing a hole to appear in the golden sky. Chapter 1698. A red light broke a hole in the golden sea of flames. Then, a golden light flew out from the red light and shot towards the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Yanzhaoga looked at it and vaguely saw a golden brick. As the purple lights flickered above the Dipankara ancient Buddha's head, he seemed to have expected it. He waved his hand and a sea-calming pearl shot forward, blocking the golden brick. However, right after the golden brick, Neza rushed out from the hole. Other than the 2 fire-tipped spears, Neza was also holding other treasures in his hands. His appearance also changed from 2 heads and 4 arms to 3 heads and 6 arms. One of his arms held the universe ring, while the other held the yin-yang sword after taking out the golden brick. The 4 arms were still holding 2 fire-tipped spears each. One of them was slashing the sea calming pearl that was coming towards him. The other fire-tipped spear broke through the sea of flames with an unstoppable momentum and broke out of the encirclement. Heaven opening scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, aeon light heavenly scripture, spatial heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge saw through the profundities of the 4 jade clear primordial heavenly scriptures from Neza's spear technique. Neza's strength didn't just lie in his treasures and the treasure lotus immortal body. His martial arts were also exquisite. He was a disciple of the Jade Clear's 3rd generation direct lineage. Not only did he understand the supreme martial arts taught by his master, the Tai cultivated deity, but he also integrated his own unique insight. Although his martial arts concept referred to the profundities of the primordial heavenly scripture, it wasn't a simple fusion. Instead, after mastering it thoroughly, he created his own unique style and formed his own profundities, which were different from his master, the Tai cultivated deity. Neza's martial arts concept was a kind of indomitable spirit and sharpness. It was displayed in his spear technique. It was a sharpness that penetrated a single point, as if it could destroy everything. This was the core point. Then, according to the specific situation when facing the enemy, there would be other infinite variations. If he used other martial arts, such as the pure supreme martial arts of the Jade Clear lineage, he would be able to do it easily. After all, amongst the Jade Clear 3rd generation direct lineage experts, Neza's attainments in the heaven-opening scripture were publicly acknowledged to be number 1. He was even more outstanding than his peers who were bitterly cultivating this supreme martial art. At this moment, he revealed the form of 3 heads and 6 arms. With various treasures in hand, he executed various martial arts and attacked the ancient Dipankara Buddha. With the protection of the lotus deity body and the red armillary sash, the 5 colored rays from the golden pagoda and the sea calming pearl had no effect on him, and the Dipankara ancient Buddha could not trap him. The ancient Buddha's first plan failed, so he came up with another plan. The 18 sea calming pearls enlarged at the same time and manifested the universe. They surrounded Neza from all directions, intending to squeeze him in the middle and slowly wear him down with their domineering sky-burning golden flames. However, Neza was proficient in the Jade Clear lineage's void heavenly scripture and the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. The wind-fire wheels beneath his feet were powerful treasures, and he was rather proficient in movement techniques. Therefore, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was still unable to trap him. Neza jumped out of the encirclement and attacked him again. Neza unleashed consecutive attacks with his spear. However, the perfect Buddha light behind the ancient Dipankara Buddha's head flickered again and again, effectively predicting and capturing Neza's attack route. On the basis of predicting the enemy's moves to a certain extent, with the assistance of the equally outstanding escape art, lotus blossoming steps, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was still able to deal with Neza's storm-like attacks. It's similar to the Jade Clear lineage's origin heavenly scripture. However, it relies more on the Buddhism's karma as its foundation. Yan Zhaoge watched from the side and thought, however, the ancient Dipankara Buddha's attainments in this Tao were quite deep. Neza revealed 3 heads and 6 arms, and his strength was tyrannical. However, the ancient Dipankara Buddha also had the sea calming pearl with him. The 5 colored rays couldn't stop Neza's mind and actions. However, the sea calming pearl's prowess couldn't be underestimated. Both sides exchanged blows and were locked in a battle. The ancient Dipankara Buddha had the geographical advantage. Every single move of his would affect the vast Buddha light from the western Pure Lands, which boosted his strength, causing his strength to be majestic and boundless. At the same time, under the support of the supreme Buddhist arts, he seemed to possess traces of the Amitabha Buddha's benevolence and majesty. It had an extremely strong suppressive effect on one's spirit, causing others to want to worship him and convert. Even Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and the others had to divert their attention to resist the Buddhist art's influence. However, Neza was similar to Feng Yunxing, Sua Mingzhang, and the others. He was also someone who grew stronger the more he fought. The more he fought in a real battle, the more extraordinary he would be. His opponent seemed to have boundless strength, and the surrounding environment was constantly weakening and suppressing him. Such a situation was naturally disadvantageous to him. However, as time passed, Neza continued to adapt and analyze his surroundings. Moreover, he adjusted and adapted within an extremely short period of time. It sounded simple. However, when he was fighting against a strong opponent like the ancient Dipankara Buddha, he still had to accurately make adjustments. The difficulty of it was imaginable. As the battle progressed, not only did Neza's strength not decrease, but he also adapted to the current environment. Although the ancient Dipankara Buddha still had the geographical advantage, it wasn't as effective as he had hoped. However, this ancient Buddha's expression remained calm, as if he wasn't disappointed at all. Even though his hopes of ending the battle quickly fell through, the ancient Dipankara Buddha wasn't discouraged. Instead, he decisively changed his combat style and slowly fought against Neza. At this moment, he prioritized self-preservation. He didn't want to gain any merits, but he wanted to avoid any mistakes. The ancient Dipankara Buddha, who had the geographical advantage of the Western Pure Lands, put down his pride and adopted such a passive method. Neza couldn't do anything to him. At least, he's still defending and attacking at the same time. The ancient Dipankara Buddha hasn't completely thrown away his pride. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin. Completely thrown away his pride? Yan Di raised his brows. He's only focused on defending himself. Even the remaining 18 sea calming pearls manifested the universe and fused them together to protect himself? As the father and son watched the battle from the side, they placed themselves in the opponent's shoes. They imagined themselves facing the opponent and how they would resolve the opponent's attacks or break through the opponent's defenses. Observing the battle between two grand heavenly realm experts gave them a lot of inspiration. Yan Zhaoge noticed that other than the Buddhist bigwigs with higher cultivation like the Guanyin Bodhisattva and the unbreakable Vajra Buddha, there were also bodhisattvas and arhats with lower cultivation. Although they might not be as clear as Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, watching the battle was still better than cultivating bitterly. Such a high-level battle with real swords and spears, even if two Buddhist mighty figures simulated it, it would be difficult for them to achieve such a good effect. It's understandable that the ancient Dipankara Buddha doesn't want to get injured. However, the problem is, how can he win against Neza? As Yan Zhaoge watched, he frowned. Neza wouldn't accept the result of a tie. Could it be that Dipankara wants to continue dragging it out in hopes that he could defeat Neza one day? Chapter 1699. From Yan Zhaoge's perspective, facing the Western Pure Lands Dipankara ancient Buddha, who had the home field advantage, Neza wouldn't be able to defeat him. Although Neza's combat ability was extremely strong and he had gradually adapted to the environment of the Western Pure Land, he could only avoid being suppressed and subdued by the Pure Land's Buddha light. It wouldn't weaken his combat ability. However, it was difficult for him to cut off the support and blessing of the ancient Dipankara Buddha. In the Western Pure Lands, the ancient Dipankara Buddha's ascension still existed. Neza's adaptability only allowed him to offset part of the difference between the two of them because of the terrain. Therefore, if he couldn't win by surprise, the development of the battle wouldn't be beneficial to Neza. The reason why the ancient Dipankara Buddha was somewhat passive now was mainly because he didn't want to fight Neza head-on. He didn't want to pay too much of a price, so he was slowly wearing down Neza's spirit. It won't be easy. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di exchanged glances. Neza didn't just want to win by 1 or 2 moves. He wanted to severely injure his opponent. Be it to vent his anger or to get rid of a competitor for the great Taoist master Xian Du in the next round of the Nine Nether, he had to severely injure the ancient Buddha Randang to a certain extent. However, looking at the current situation, it would be difficult for Neza to get what he wanted if he didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. After all, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was one of the oldest Buddhas in the world. Throughout the ages, there was always a place for him. When it came to the top-notch grand heavenly realm experts, the old peacock overshadowed the other experts of the Buddhist sect to the point of losing their luster, causing the Dipankara ancient Buddha, who was currently the second in command of the Western Pure Lands, to appear rather awkward and unworthy of his name. But that was because Mahamayuri was too strong. It did not mean that the ancient Dipankara Buddha was weak. At this moment, he was overseeing the Western Pure Lands and had the home advantage against Neza. Up to this point, he was already in an invincible position. In the worst-case scenario, he would completely lose all pretense of cordiality. He would shrink the 18C calming pearls together and defend himself with all his might. In the current situation, it was almost impossible for Neza to break this defense. The Buddha light of the Pure Land continued to strengthen. The ancient Dipankara Buddha was not afraid at all. Of course, the scene would be too unsightly. For Neza, who wanted to severely injure the ancient Dipankara Buddha, he would not be able to achieve his goal. However, in a battle like this, one side was beaten to the point where they could only defend with their lives, unable to fight back at all. The outcome was naturally clear. With how thick-skinned the ancient Dipankara Buddha was, if there was really a need, he definitely wouldn't mind changing his strategy immediately and defending to the end. After all, fundamentally speaking, as long as he wasn't injured in this battle, he would win. Both sides had different strategic goals. Neza insisted on attacking to the end. If this continued for a long time, the ancient Buddha might even have a chance to make a comeback. However, judging from the current situation, although the Dipankara ancient Buddha did not want to get hurt, he was not that conservative. At this moment, he seemed to be at a disadvantage under Neza's strong attack, but he could still persist. He attacked and defended against Neza. Neza was naturally unconvinced. He spread out his 3 heads and 6 arms and became braver and more anxious as he fought. He did not give the ancient Dipankara Buddha any chance to catch his breath. His every move seemed to have the power to shatter heaven and earth. The temple that everyone was in was the core of the Dipankara ancient Buddha's Pure Land. At this moment, under the battle between the two sides, it gradually became riddled with holes and withered. Not to mention the world inside the temple, even the pagoda forest, bodhi, and flowers outside the temple were mottled and withered. Apart from his astonishing skills, Neza also unleashed all his treasures. Other than the armillary sash to protect himself, the universe ring, yin-yang sword, golden brick, and other treasures kept falling towards the ancient Dipankara Buddha. None of his treasures were ordinary. They were either born and destroyed with him back then, or they were obtained when he was reborn for the first time. After experiencing the baptism of the lotus dew, they were different from ordinary immortal treasures. They shared weal and woe with him and complemented each other. These treasures were completely different when used by others and when used by Neza. During the ancient era of the gods, when Neza was still a grand virtual immortal, he dared to compete with Zenith Heaven opponents. Other than his outstanding strength, his treasures also played a huge role. After he ascended to the Zenith Heaven, he refined all his treasures again and improved them to a higher level. Now that all of them were unleashed, even the ancient Dipankara Buddha had to be careful. As Neza fought more and more valiant, the ancient Buddha's 18C calming pearls started being used for defense more than offense. Although he has the upper hand, it's not beneficial for him to continue like this. Yendi frowned and said, the final outcome would only be forcing the ancient Dipankara Buddha to focus on defense. In his opinion, even if Neza didn't have the confidence to win, since he dared to come, he should have more confidence. If that's the case, there might be a chance, said Yang Jian by the side. Oh! Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di looked towards Yang Jian. In terms of understanding towards Neza, The father and son weren't as knowledgeable as Yang Jian, who had been in the same sect as Neza for many years. If the ancient Dipankara Buddha's sea calming pearls were still intact, junior apprentice brother Neza wouldn't have a high chance of winning against him in the Western Pure Lands. Yang Jian said, however, the ancient Dipankara Buddha's sea calming pearls aren't complete. If he uses them separately, he might not be able to tell. However, if he focuses on defense, there might be a flaw. Of course, normal people wouldn't be able to grasp this flaw. However, junior apprentice brother Neza can try. Hearing Yang Jian's words, Yendi asked, "Do we have to wait for the ancient Dipankara Buddha to focus on defense before we can grasp the opportunity?" "That's right," Yang Jian answered. "Neza's technique requires some conditions to be fulfilled." Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di nodded slightly. It wasn't that Neza would definitely be able to defeat his enemies. However, as long as the Dipankara Buddha couldn't defend to the end, even with the Blessed Land's Buddha Light's support, victory or defeat would still be uncertain. Neza still had a chance. "Then, what are you worried about?" asked Yen Zhaoge. Although Yang Jian said so, his gaze became more and more solemn. "I feel like something's wrong." Yang Jian observed the battle situation and said thoughtfully, "Neza is getting more and more impatient. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case." Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di frowned. Based on Yang Jian's cultivation level and his understanding of Neza, this feeling was most likely not groundless. However, since Neza had the confidence to deal with the ancient Dipankara Buddha's defense, why would he be impatient? Due to the geographical advantage, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was more advantageous in terms of attrition. However, the battle had just started not long ago. This advantage wasn't apparent yet. Although Neza had an unyielding temperament, he was experienced in battles. Logically speaking, he wouldn't blindly advance. Chapter 1700. Realizing that he couldn't win quickly, the ancient Dipankara Buddha switched to fighting with Neza. He had the geographical advantage, and was not afraid of a war of attrition. In order to prevent himself from being injured, he prioritized self-protection and slowly wore Neza out. That was understandable. Neza was also a veteran. Of course, he knew that it would be disadvantageous for him in the long run. However, if he advanced blindly and became impatient, not only would it be difficult for him to defeat his opponent, but his opponent might also take advantage of him. Therefore, although he maintained pressure on the Dipankara ancient Buddha and attacked more and more urgently, his mind remained calm and orderly. Although he was fast, he was not in a mess. He looked for the opponent's flaws and from there, he expanded his advantage and strived to end the battle as soon as possible. At the end of the day, speed was not the goal, but victory. In Yang Jian's eyes, Neza was like that in the beginning, but as time passed, the situation gradually changed. Neza was getting more and more anxious. It was not only in his fighting style, but also in his mentality. This was obviously different from what he had expected. If this continued, he would lose control. Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di and Yang Jian exchanged looks. Being in the midst of the situation, he has discovered something that we bystanders are unable to detect? Yen Di frowned. Or is it that he has hidden worries of his own, having no choice but to do so? Yen Zhaoge looked at the battle between Neza and the Dipankara ancient Buddha and murmured, Taoist Neza was once tainted by the viciousness and killing intent. However, with the help of the Tai cultivated deity, he should have already been purified. There shouldn't be any remnants left. However, from the looks of it, it seems like it's about to relapse. According to perfected Tai, Neza's original problem should not recur. However, the enemy he was facing this time was not ordinary. If he fought with all his strength, it was hard to say whether there would be any special changes. On the one hand, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was strong enough and needed Neza to go all out. On the other hand, Neza hated him to the core. This was one of the reasons why Neza was tainted by his murderous intent. This place is filled with Buddha light. While it would have a suppressive effect on people, there's also an advantage to it. This blessed land's Buddhism is also very effective in suppressing evil qi and killing intent. Yen Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Logically speaking, Neza shouldn't have a relapse. Even if there was a possibility of a relapse, it wouldn't happen in the Western Pure Lands. Unless there's another reason. Yang Jian didn't move, but on his forehead, a bright light suddenly appeared, and a vertical crack appeared on his skin. Suddenly, a vertical eye appeared on Yang Jian's forehead, which was the third eye that could scan the entire universe. Seeing this, the invincible Vajra Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva looked at each other. We can't hide it anymore. Yang Jian opened his third heaven eye and gazed at Neza. Neza didn't look any different from before, but multicolored lights were flickering in the depths of his pupils. Primordial Heart Devil. Yang Jian snorted coldly. Randang, aren't you ashamed? Dipankara Buddha's expression remained unchanged, and he said lightly, You're exaggerating. Neza's resentment was too strong, and it gave birth to inner demons. The primordial heart demon took advantage of it. You really can't blame me. If Neza feels unwell and wants to suppress his inner demons, I don't mind. Today's battle can be considered a draw. Dream on! Neza shouted. However, his movements immediately slowed down a little, suppressing and adjusting himself. Dipankara Buddha, aren't you pushing the blame away too cleanly? Yen Zhaoge raised his brows. It's fine if it's other places. However, this is the Western Pure Land. Without the Amitabha Buddha's approval, without your approval, how could the primordial heart devil do anything? Due to his temperament and hatred towards Dipankara Buddha, Neza's mental state had a flaw. However, with his control over himself, he could suppress these inner demons and slay them without disturbing himself. However, if the primordial heart devil personally took action, it might become a huge hidden threat. Especially when Neza was currently fighting against Dipankara Buddha, the primordial heart devil might take advantage of the situation. After Neza's first tribulation, he was reborn due to the lotus incarnation and obtained the treasured lotus celestial body. With that, he wasn't afraid of most of the evil arts in this world. However, the heart devil originated from within himself. Even Neza's treasured lotus celestial body couldn't do anything against it. He could only rely on himself to suppress it. The primordial heart devil didn't need to make a huge move. Instead, it could silently influence Neza, causing the flaw to become bigger and bigger until it couldn't be mended anymore. That was what he was best at doing. Neza was originally focused on fighting Dipankara Buddha. The primordial heart devil had the secret cover of the Buddhists. Even Neza himself couldn't detect the other party's secret trick. Now that he realized it, Neza was naturally furious. However, the more emotional he was, the easier it was for him to be invaded by the primordial heart devil. Hence, Neza had no choice but to work hard to stabilize his mental state. Dipankara, it seems like you don't want to fight one-on-one. You want to fight two-on-two? Yang Jian's voice wasn't loud, but the pure land of Buddhism that everyone was in seemed to be about to collapse instantly. Dipankara Buddha smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. From the beginning to the end, I didn't want to provoke a war. Since you've accepted the battle, let's follow the rules. Yang Jian said quietly, Now that you're not following the rules, everyone doesn't have to. Neza, go and recuperate. I'll fight with you. I think Amitabha won't mind. There's no need for senior apprentice brother to do anything. I'll recover very quickly. As Neza spoke, he stood on the void and resisted the heart devil's invasion with all his might. He closed his eyes and waved his hand towards Yang Jian, Yen Zhaoge, and Yen Di, indicating that he was fine and could be dealt with appropriately. As expected, after not fighting with others, Neza's strength allowed him to stabilize his body's condition in an instant. His skin was originally as white as jade. Now, colorful colors appeared on the surface of his body. However, the colorful lights flashed and disappeared very quickly. Neza opened his eyes again and stared at Dipankara Buddha. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Faint black chi emitted from his body. The black chi didn't harm or entangle Neza. Instead, it looked like someone was pulling it out from Neza's body. Neza couldn't help but feel shocked. Yen Zhaoga was puzzled at first. Then, he suddenly thought of something and came to a realization. Six-eared macaque. He blurted out. Yen Di, Yang Jian, and Neza also understood what was going on. Previously, they had heard Yen Zhaoga talking about the relationship between the great sage equaling heavens, traveling monk sun, and six-eared macaque. They knew that six-eared macaque was formed by traveling monk sun's heart devil. That was a miraculous scene that only happened once in a blue moon. It was the result of many factors working together. Even the 9 underworld's devils couldn't do the same. However, today, the primordial heart devil wanted to recreate the six-eared macaque's incident. He wanted Neza's heart devil to transform into another unparalleled expert. Chapter 1701. The primordial heart devil's help was equivalent to helping the ancient Dipankara Buddha out of his predicament. Of course, Nine Nether wouldn't do it for free. She was helping the Dipankara ancient Buddha to deal with Neza's challenge, so she naturally had to find a way to get the corresponding benefit. Now, trying to turn Neza's inner demon into another unparalleled expert was one of the contents of the deal. Unlike traveling monk Sun, who was still at the grand virtual realm, Neza was now a top-notch expert in the grand heavenly realm. It was naturally not easy for the 9 underworlds to plot against him. However, Neza's problem inevitably gave the other party a chance. Previously, he was tainted by a thick viciousness and killing intent, something rarely seen throughout the ages. If he truly fell into a sea of blood, then he would be even more savage and tyrannical than the great demons of the 9 underworlds, and even more irrational. Although Neza had already broken free, the source of all this still existed. Li Jing was dead, but Randang still existed. Neza's hatred and indignation were no longer as fierce and violent, but they were more deep-rooted. Right now, they were fighting against the Dipankara ancient Buddha. With the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the Western Pure Lands arrangements, the primordial heart devil had the chance to succeed. Neza grunted, and black gas emerged from his body continuously. Then, it scattered in the air and disappeared. The black chi seemed to dissipate under the illumination of the Buddha light. However, looking carefully, Yen Zhaoga and the others did not see any collision between the black chi and the Buddha light. Yang Jian stretched out his hand and beckoned at Neza. Neza flew backward and came before Yang Jian. He stretched out his hand and pressed his palm on Neza's back. Neza's eyes were closed, but his body was still surrounded by black gas. With his current condition, it seems like it's no longer suitable for him to make a move. The ancient Dipankara Buddha smiled and said, "Why don't we call it a draw for today's battle? What do you think? Whether you want to stop the primordial heart devil or not, you can leave to deal with it. Forgive me for not sending you off." Yang Jian looked at him. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Junior brother Neza isn't convenient, so let's fight. You can still ask the primordial heart devil to help you. Please forgive me for not being able to keep you company." Dipankara ancient Buddha put his palms together and chanted softly. The unbreakable Vajra Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist venerables did the same. The Western Pure Lands Buddhist radiance instantly shone brightly. In the vast void, countless Buddhist kingdoms shone brightly. The radiance formed a whole, repelling Yen Zhaoga, Yang Jian, and the others, attempting to send them out of the Western Pure Lands. No matter if it was the grand heavenly realm Yang Jian and Neza, or the grand virtual realm Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di, they all felt immense pressure, forcing them to retreat. That was the entire Western Pure Lands movement. Although it couldn't harm Yen Zhaoga and the others, it formed an irresistible majestic force. Buddha Amitabha did not make a move, but this Pure Land was ultimately the supreme holy land of Buddhism that he had created. Yang Jian's eyes flickered slightly, and all the bones in his body shook slightly. As he trembled, the Buddhist light on his body was being continuously dispersed. Affected by this, the Buddha light of the Western Pure Lands automatically gathered towards him, insisting on sending him out. However, Yang Jian stood on the spot without moving. Without the Amitabha Buddha personally making a move, the entire Western Pure Lands seemed to be unable to do anything to Yang Jian. Why must you be so stubborn, Taoist? The Dipankara ancient Buddha shook his head and sighed. Under his control, the boundless Buddha light no longer pressed towards Yang Jian. Instead, it went past Yang Jian and targeted Yen Zhaoge and the others. Currently, Neza's entire body was shrouded in black qi. Under the influence of this, he wasn't even as free as Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di. As the Buddha light descended, it didn't affect the black qi at all. Yen Zhaoge took over Yang Jian's position and went behind Neza. He extended his palm and pressed on Neza's back. Open! Radiance of divinity appeared above Yen Zhaoge's head. As the radiance flickered, numerous runes flew out from within and connected to form a chain-like existence. They intersected with each other and formed a ring, enveloping Neza and Yen Zhaoge within. With Yen Zhaoge and Neza as the center, the rings formed by runes revolved in different directions. From the looks of it, it was as if a temporary spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual had appeared. Compared to the ritual that Yen Zhaoge used to help Chen Xuanzong in the past, the current spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual seemed much smaller. However, it also seemed boundlessly vast. After being suppressed by the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual, the black qi on Neza's body was no longer as rampant as before. With the six-eared macaques incident in the past, it wouldn't be easy for me to do the same thing again. Yen Zhaoge looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha and said, "From the looks of it, you don't intend to help the 9 underworlds succeed." The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual enveloping Yen Zhaoge and Neza with a look of admiration. After hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, he smiled. "Leave it to fate." Ancient Buddha, since when did you become someone who leaves it to fate? As Yen Zhaoge resisted against the Buddha light's repulsion, he sneered. The 9 underworlds wouldn't help you just because of fate. You'll have to pay a higher price to convince them. Yen Zhaoge retracted his smile and looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Is it the water devil or the earth devil? Putting aside the ancestral devil for now, among the 6 extinct devils, the mental devil and the wood devil had always been alive. The current devil of aged metal was reborn in a battle 400 years ago, and the new generation devil of fire was reborn in recent years. The remaining ones were the water devil and the earth devil. They had yet to be reborn and were still waiting for a suitable physique for them to be reborn. The 2 devils' rebirth was extremely crucial to the 9 underworlds. Previously, others might try their best to stop them and suppress the 9 underworlds. However, under the unique circumstances of the current era, with the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Taoist Luya, and the great monk Xian Du having made their preparations, everyone was trying to obtain the 9 underworlds. As such, to other forces, the water devil and the earth devil's rebirth became an important bargaining chip, just like Taoist Luya and the devil of fire. However, to Yen Zhaoge, the 2 devils' rebirth made him feel complicated. Leave it to fate. Towards Yen Zhaoge's question, the Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled. Yen Zhaoge looked at him and suddenly smiled. With your mindset, how would you let go of such a good bargaining chip so easily? The price that the 9 underworlds paid wouldn't just be to help you deal with Taoist Neza's challenge, right? To you, the most important threat isn't Taoist Neza. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, without the green lotus flag and the Buddha's Saraira, if Mahamayuri were persuaded by Taoist Luya, you wouldn't be able to stop him, right? The Dipankara ancient Buddha's gaze wavered slightly. Yen Zhaoge leisurely asked, you actually want the Earth Apricot Yellow Flag, right? Chapter 1702. The Earth Apricot Yellow Flag was a precious treasure of the Jade Clear lineage in the past, and it was known as the Azure Lotus Flag, White Cloud Boundary Flag, and Floating Flame Flag. Its defensive ability was so formidable that it was rarely seen since ancient times. Even the five-colored divine light of Mahamayuri could not break it. In the current situation, it could be regarded as something that everyone could rely on to deal with Mahamayuri. Back then, the Western Pure Lands didn't care because they already had the Green Lotus Flag. However, in order to urge Mahamayuri to act, he had been searching for the Buddha's Sarira. However, in the process of searching for relics, they lost the Green Lotus Flag, and it fell into the hands of the Dao sect. However, the relic had fallen into the hands of the Demon Clan, who had always been hostile to them. Therefore, when the Western Pure Lands faced Mahamayuri, they instantly felt guilty. Buddha Amitabha could subdue Mahamayuri, but when he was facing off against Dongwang Tai or other Dao realm cultivators, he might not have the time to keep an eye on Kong Xian. As a result, Dipankara Buddha and the other Buddhist mighty figures had to find their own way out. Either he had the Buddha's Sarira that Mahamayuri desired, or he had something to replace the Green Lotus Flag. The Yellow Apricot Flag, whose whereabouts were unknown, naturally became the target of the Western Pure Lands. However, all these years, Yang Jian, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other bigwigs of the Dao-seeking gate had been tirelessly searching for the Yellow Earth Apricot Flag. Everyone had searched for many years, but their gains were relatively limited. Yang Jian had actually found some clues in the past, but when he tried to find the Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag, he was once obstructed by the ancient Dipankara Buddha. If he couldn't get it, then he would make sure his competitors couldn't get it either. Similar things happened everywhere, and it wasn't rare. It wasn't like the ancient Dipankara Buddha family would do this. Thus, everyone was filled with worries and couldn't let go of their hands and feet. While they were constantly on guard against the possibility of others beating them to it, they were also trying to find more precise clues so that they could search for the Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag without being obstructed by others. The ancient Dipankara Buddha had found some clues about the Wuji Apricot Flag a few years ago. Back then, if he could do the same thing, Yang Jian could do the same thing. How to avoid the eyes and ears of Yang Jian and the orthodox Taoism became the problem in front of the ancient Dipankara Buddha. This time, the Western Pure Lands and the orthodox Taoism had their attention diverted due to the battle between Dipankara Buddha and Neza. The ancient Dipankara Buddha secretly made a deal with the 9 underworlds. One of the contents of the transaction was that 9 Nether would search for the Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag on his behalf. The Western Pure Lands weren't worried that the 9 underworlds would take the treasures for themselves. On one hand, the 9 underworlds had the White Cloud Bound Flag to begin with. On the other hand, the Buddhist bigwigs had grasped an important bargaining chip that the other party had no choice but to pay attention to. In this way, on the surface, it seemed that the ancient Dipankara Buddha had finally accepted Neza's challenge. However, the two of them weren't the only ones involved in this battle. The true place to decide the victor wasn't in the Western Pure Lands. For the ancient Dipankara Buddha, even if he were to lose to Neza or even be injured, he could accept it as long as it wasn't a serious injury that would cause him to miss the next round of the 9 underworld. The potential threat of Mahamayuri and the value of seizing the Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag naturally went without saying. Only, after being exposed by Yen Zhaoge, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's heart was filled with a layer of gloominess. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yen Zhaoge waved his hand at him as if he was bidding farewell. Let's leave it to fate. The Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag shall follow your fate as well. As his voice resounded, Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di, and Neza's figures disappeared from the void. They were forcefully repelled by the Western Pure Lands Buddha light. However, Yang Jian was still within the Western Pure Lands. Since you've invited the Primordial Heart Devil to greet Junior Apprentice Brother Neza, I'll greet you on his behalf. As Yang Jian spoke, he held the 3-pointed double-edged saber in his hand horizontally. The saber's edge pointed towards the ancient Dipankara Buddha and slashed. His attack was even more ferocious than Neza's. The ancient Dipankara Buddha could only calm himself down and deal with it. He didn't have the time to think about the Wuji apricot yellow flag anymore. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge and the other two were thrown out by the Western Pure Lands. What made Yen Zhaoge troubled was that he was separated from Yen Di and Neza due to the Buddha light's influence. When the three of them were thrown out, they entered different spaces. Yen Zhaoge was originally planning to use the improved spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual to help Neza suppress the abnormalities brought about by the primordial heart devil. However, the great spatial shift just now had disrupted this process. Fortunately, the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual had been continuously improved by Yen Zhaoge. Now, its effects were even better than before. Not only was the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual easy to set up, it didn't require too many materials to support it. Yen Zhaoge could casually prepare it, and its stability had greatly increased. Before Yen Zhaoge was separated from Neza, he still managed to leave the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual on Neza. Even if he wasn't around, the ritual could still display its immense effect. However, after leaving the Western Pure Lands, the primordial heart devil and the other 9 underworld's devils would have an easier time doing things. Yen Zhaoge still had to locate Neza as soon as possible, just in case. With the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual as a guide, it wasn't difficult for Yen Zhaoge. He rapidly traversed through the void and quickly located Neza. However, the scene in front of him made Yen Zhaoge frown slightly. Neza was within the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual, and rings of light revolved around him. Black miasma was still continuously rising from his body. Only it was temporarily suppressed, and it couldn't be released. Due to the heart devil's disturbance, Neza's expression turned ugly. Currently, he was staring at a figure in front of him with an unfriendly gaze. That figure was clearly a Buddha. However, it was different from the Dipankara ancient Buddha, unbreakable Vajra Buddha, and Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Western Pure Lands, who were seated on green lotuses. Beneath this Buddha was a white lotus platform. The Buddha lights imbued with faith power circulating around his body indicated that this was a heretic Buddha of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. He wasn't on the same side as the Western Pure Lands Buddhist bandis. In fact, they were even enemies. However, this Buddha appeared in front of Neza, who was temporarily immobilized. Neza seemed to harbor ill intentions as well. Golden Jia, Neza said slowly. No, perhaps I should call you the lotus platform spreading Buddha? The Buddha sitting on the white lotus said calmly. It's just a title. It doesn't matter. Just like how we despise the immortal court heretics, I thought that you and the Western Pure Lands hated each other to the core. Neza said, however, if you didn't collude with each other, how could you wait for me here? Indeed, our daos are different. However, there are also traces that everyone wants to erase, and karma that everyone wants to sever. The Buddha said, for example you. Chapter 1703. The Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha, also known as the Sweet Dew Wisdom King, was a blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddha who had attained the heretical Buddhahood. For many years, he had been one of the top experts in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Before he became a Buddha, he was commonly known as the Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha, or perhaps the Mystical Mountains Guardian Jinja. He was also the crown prince of the pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li Jing, Neza and Muza's elder brother. During the ancient era, he was taught by the Taoism's jade-clear bigwig, Manjushri Heavenly Lord. He was also one of the elites among the 3 generations of Taoism. During the Middle Era, he followed his master, Manjushri Heavenly Lord, and joined the Shakyamuni Buddhism. Manjushri Heavenly Lord became the Manjushri Bodhisattva, while Jinja became the Mystical Mountains Guardian. After the Middle Era ended, the former Taoist ancestor Zhuanti, who later became the Gautama Buddha, transcended. The Maitreya Buddha changed the central blessed lands of Saha's teachings, causing a huge change within Buddhism. During that chaos, many Buddhist experts left and joined the Western Pure Lands, including Guanyin, Samantabhadra, Muzza, and the others. The Manjushri Bodhisattva perished in that calamity, while Jinja chose to stay in the central blessed lands of Saha, which was also the current blessed lands of the White Lotus, and converted to the heretical Buddhism. It was hard to say why he made such a choice. Compared to Muzza, who remained in the Grand Void Realm, only the person himself would know the difference. During the Great Calamity, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing betrayed the Heavenly Court's divine palace and joined the Western Pure Lands, returning to the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Neza suffered a calamity and narrowly escaped death. Their family split up and went their separate ways. Now, Li Jing was personally killed by Neza, while Muzza was killed by the Tai enlightened being. After Jinja entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he became different from Li Jing and Muzza. When they met, it would be awkward. If they were to meet in battle, they would have to fight. Strictly speaking, his relationship with Li Jing and Muzza might not be as good as Neza's. It was not necessarily true that he was eager to take revenge for Li Jing and Mu Jia. However, the karma from back then still existed. If he could sever the karma, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to his cultivation. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha naturally knew that the ancient Buddha wanted to use someone else to kill him. Now that Neza had died in his hands, Yang Jian, the Tai spiritual master, Yen Zhaoge, and the others from Taoism would most likely not let the matter rest. But for various reasons he still came. After receiving the ancient Dipankara Buddha's guidance, he quietly waited in the void outside the Western Pure Lands. As expected, after Neza was expelled from the Western Pure Lands, he landed here. Moreover, after careful observation, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha confirmed that Neza was in a bad condition, just as the ancient Dipankara Buddha had said. If it was any other time, he would not be a match for Neza even if he ascended to the realm of Grand Luo through the righteous path, much less now that he was a heretic Grand Luo. But now, facing Neza, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha had a short opportunity for him to display his power. Due to his current predicament, not only was it difficult for Neza to take action, but it was also difficult for him to unleash the power of all his treasures. However, the heavenly devil-slaying ritual on Neza was beyond the Buddha's expectations. No matter if it was the ancient Dipankara Buddha or the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, none of them expected Yen Zhaoge's heavenly devil-slaying ritual to be this effective. Under the suppression of the heavenly devil-slaying ritual, Neza's condition was better than what the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha had predicted. Although he was still troubled by the streams of black cheese, Neza forcefully raised his spirits and told the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha to make no progress within a short period of time. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge arrived following the heavenly devil-slaying ritual. Upon seeing Yen Zhaoge, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha's expression turned solemn. Even if Yen Zhaoge had yet to ascend to the grand heavenly realm, the world had already acknowledged his strength. The Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha of the Orthodox Buddhism and the Dingguang Joyous Buddha of the blessed lands of the White Lotus, as well as the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, had already proven this point to others. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha didn't look down on Yen Zhaoge just because his cultivation was higher. Besides, even if Yen Zhaoge was only an ordinary grand virtual immortal, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha wouldn't care about the golden body of the great sage that was closely related to him. Although he wished to end Neza, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha had thoughts of retreating. Unfortunately, before he could retreat, a huge drum suddenly appeared above Yen Zhaoge's head. The drum's sound resounded continuously, shaking the entire universe. Heavenly Ascension Drum. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha instantly recognized the treasure. The drum's original owner, the immortal quartz percussion Heavenly Lord, had many dealings with the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Naturally, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha wasn't unfamiliar with it. Looking at the heavenly ascension drum appearing within Yen Zhaoge's hands, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha couldn't help but feel weird. However, he was even more vigilant. As the drum's sound resounded, it materialized and sealed the entire universe. Under the influence of this grand heavenly realm immortal artifact, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha realized that he had lost many of his profundities when facing the grand virtual realm Yen Zhaoge. Even if he wanted to unleash the grand heavenly realm's omnipresent divine art, he couldn't do so. As for Yen Zhaoge, he took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha. Then, he slammed his palm downwards. The majestic palm force even caused the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha to feel suffocated. As expected of his reputation, such a thought flashed through the Buddha's mind. How could he care about Neza anymore? He sat on the white lotus and hurriedly shook his avatar. The sweet dew wisdom king avatar with 4 faces and 8 arms was coiled around by crimson snakes and yellow-collared snake. It was the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha's combat stance. Each of his 8 arms held different seals and attacked Yen Zhaoge together. The 8 seals manifested the heaven, dragon, yaksha, Gandharv, Asura, Garuda, Kinara, and Maharaga's 8 divisions of the heavenly dragon. With the 8 divisions gathered together, a Buddha stood atop them, suppressing and subduing myriad devils. Its might was extremely ferocious and majestic. It was the blessed lands of the white lotus top-notch virtuous arts. However, Yen Zhaoge only blinked his eyes upon seeing this, and the divine splendor above his head lit up. His right palm continued slamming towards the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, while his left hand extended and struck 9 palms towards the sky. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge fused the primordial earlier Heaven 3 scriptures into one, transforming into the origin opening 9 forms divine palm. The first 8 palms were outwards, and they seemed like they were slapping and grabbing at the same time, completely shattering the heavenly dragon's 8 divisions. For a moment, dragon scales, python scales, flower petals, porcelain shards, and broken ribbons could be seen flying everywhere. Yen Zhaoge's final palm stacked with the previous 8 palms combined strength and exploded, instantly shattering the Buddha statue into pieces. His right hand continued extending forward. His 5 fingers opened up, transforming into a sky-covering palm, which covered the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha and the sweet dew wisdom king atop its head. As the gigantic palm descended, it was even larger than the sweet dew wisdom king. It directly grabbed the sweet dew wisdom king with 4 heads and 8 arms, as if it was pinching a chicken. Chapter 1704. As Yen Zhaoge's figure changed, his palms blotted out the skies and concealed the sun, plucking the stars and grabbing the moon. He first grabbed the sweet dew wisdom king's battle avatar atop the spreading Dharma Buddha's head. Seeing this, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha looked into the distance, not anxious or impatient. The sweet dew wisdom king avatar with 4 faces and 8 arms actually shattered on its own. The thing hidden in the avatar was revealed. It was a wooden stick that was only 3 to 4 inches long. There were 3 iron rings on the wooden stick. Invisible dragon rod? Yen Zhaoge's eyes flashed. This treasure was refined by Manjushri Heavenly Venerable Guang Fa in the past. He made a name for himself during the ancient era, and later on, he bestowed it to Jinja. After the master and disciple entered Buddhism from Taoism, the invisible dragon rod was also named Golden Lotus of 7 Treasures, with outstanding power and a prominent reputation. For the sake of safety, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha did not activate the treasure immediately. Instead, he hid the treasure deep in his Dharmakaya and waited for an opportunity to act. With Yen Zhaoge's overwhelming strength, the spreading Dharma Buddha on the lotus platform decided to lure the enemy deeper, allowing him to grab his sweet dew wisdom king avatar. Then, he exerted the invisible dragon rod with all his might, hoping to land a direct hit on Yen Zhaoge so that he wouldn't be able to dodge or block it. As soon as the invisible dragon rod appeared, it grew in the wind and became bigger. The 3 small metal rings on it also rapidly expanded to form 3 rings of light, flickering with 7 colors as they shot towards Yan Zhaoge's body. This treasure was miraculous. 3 rainbow-colored halos locked onto the person, one on the neck, one on the waist, and the last on the ankle. The more the person moved, the tighter the chains became. This time, if he was really pinned down, Yan Zhaoge wouldn't have it easy either. However, he had long heard of invisible dragon rod. It seemed that he directly reached out to grab the sweet dew Wisdom King, but in fact, he had been secretly guarding against this move. Seeing the 3 rings of light coming towards him at this moment, Yan Zhaoge did not evade, just opening and closing the fingers of his right hand as though he was playing a pipa, changing them repeatedly. In the eyes of the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, Yan Zhaoge's right hand's 5 fingers seemed to be clenched into a fist, and also seemed to be opened into a palm. Upon a closer look, it seemed like only a finger was extended out. As the 5 fingers swayed gently, they seemed illusory and real at the same time. It was as if they were both tangible and intangible, as if they were both tangible and intangible. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge's entire person seemed to be situated within the silent, formless, primordial nothingness. As he made his move, even though it was still formless and incorporeal, the innate qi could be seen. Then, it became tangible, then intangible, and finally, it reached the moment when yin and yang were about to be separated but not yet separated. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Tai Shi, Tai Su, Tai Chi, the 5 pre-celestial manifestations. After all, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha had already become famous since the ancient epoch. Moreover, he was once a direct disciple of the Taoist sect. His knowledge and judgment were extraordinary. Seeing Yan Zhaoge make a move now, he immediately recognized that this move of Yan Zhaoge's contained the profundities of the Grand Clear Direct Lineage's Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations, the profundities of the 5 types of Grand Clear earlier Heaven's Supreme Martial Arts were displayed to the point of perfection by Yan Zhaoge with a single move, describing the process of the changes in the universe before the heavens had been opened. Primal Chaos Nothingness, Pre-Celestial Qi, Taisha Unnamed, Taisha Primordial, Yin-Yang Differentiation, these 5 scenes were distinct. They appeared one by one, yet they merged into one, as if they were indistinguishable from each other. This seemingly contradictory scene was perfectly displayed on Yan Zhaoge's body at this moment, causing his body to become indescribably empty. The Tao had returned to earlier heaven, seemingly transparent, seemingly formless. Supreme Taoist form. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge's figure was like the void. He directly ignored the invisible dragon rod's grasp. The 3 7-colored halos passed through his body and landed in the air. The Buddha's state of mind that was as calm as water also rippled at this moment. He couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha had seen someone of the Grand Clear Direct lineage cultivating in the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations simultaneously. However, to have such exquisite attainments in the grand virtual realm was unheard of and unseen. This wasn't just the Grand Clear Direct lineage anymore. Instead, it had created its own unique style on the foundation of the original Grand Clear Supreme Martial Arts, thus reaching a higher level. Not to mention the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, who was fighting against Yan Zhaoge. Even Neza, who was concentrating on suppressing the surrounding black qi, looked at Yan Zhaoge with a surprised expression. However, Yan Zhaoge's movements didn't stop at all, as if he was doing something that couldn't be any more ordinary. He transformed into the supreme Taoist form. After passing through the obstruction of the invisible dragon rod, he directly arrived in front of the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha. After that, the faintly discernible sword light seemed to descend from the sky. As if the galaxy was flowing in reverse, it poured down towards the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha shuddered and recalled some rumors about Yan Zhaoge. At this moment, he didn't dare to continue fighting against Yen Zhaoge anymore. He hurriedly stepped on the white lotus and retreated. However, the sword light had already reached his body. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha let out a loud cry. Under the sword light's once sturdy golden body, it rapidly turned dim and decayed. At this moment, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha's mind was in a trance. His body didn't suffer any actual damage. However, he felt like he was falling down continuously. Falling continuously. No matter how he resisted or struggled, he couldn't stop his falling momentum. The Buddha light imbued with faith power on his body was constantly shining as if it was his life-saving straw. It kept trying to pull him up. However, at this moment it was all in vain. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha's mind was in a trance. He felt that his consciousness seemed to have become blurry, and he couldn't control his own body freely. His understanding towards the great Tao of the heavens and earth became even more ignorant and hazy. In the past, he had entered the heretic Tao and finally attained Buddha fruit. However, at this moment, he had fallen from the grand heavenly realm once again. Yen Zhaoge's fallen deity sword caused the grand heavenly realm's lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha to fall back to the grand virtual realm. This interruption only lasted for an instant. However, at this instant, Yen Zhaoge followed up with another palm strike, instantly shattering the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha's body, causing him to vomit blood non-stop. After an instant, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha felt that his understanding towards the great Tao of the heavens and earth had become clearer, and he could control his own body freely again. Under the Buddha light imbued with faith power, he seemed to have immediately surpassed the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the grand heavenly realm once again. However, all of this wouldn't allow him to recover from the injuries inflicted by Yen Zhaoge just now. Under Yen Zhaoge's palm, his golden body was directly shattered, causing him to be paralyzed. He could control his own body freely again, but he could only feel the pain all over his body. The pain was so detailed that it was everywhere. My fallen deity sword, as the name suggests, specializes in dealing with those in the immortal realm. The grand heavenly realm is close to the Tao. Under certain circumstances, they're already like an incomplete incarnation of the Tao, and not a pure immortal. It's hard for me to deal with them. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, however, for heretics like you who didn't surpass the origin heavenly tribulation and ascend to the grand heavenly realm, I can still slay you. After saying that, Yen Zhaoge extended his hand and opened his fingers, grabbing the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha in his palm. Then, he turned around and grabbed the invisible dragon rod that had lost control. Then, he grabbed the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha and came to Neza's side. He said, Taoist brother, how do you want to deal with this person? Chapter 1705. After capturing the lotus platform spreading Buddha, Yen Zhaoge didn't immediately end his life. Instead, he walked towards Neza. Neza's expression was slightly complicated as he looked at the lotus platform spreading Buddha. Due to his injuries, the lotus platform spreading Buddha was coughing non-stop. However, his expression became calmer instead. It seems like today is the day to end the karma between us. Although you're the one doing it, not the other way around. The lotus platform spreading Buddha let out a long sigh and stopped looking at Neza. Instead, he turned his head towards Yen Zhaoge with much difficulty. Young Heavenly Lord, you live up to your name. It's a pity that I didn't know that you created this fallen deity sword. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to grow to such a stage. The Buddha said softly, fortunately, the heavenly Tao isn't too biased. This sword art of yours shouldn't be easy to cultivate, right? If you could expand it further, it would pose a huge threat to both our blessed lands of Saha and the immortal court's infernal devils. Yen Zhaoge smiled. Even without my fallen deity sword, how could you guys have progressed so far? That's right. After obtaining the immortal extermination formation, your three clear lineage finally had a chance to recover. The lotus platform spreading Buddha nodded. Moreover, your cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. You're no longer the same as before. He sighed towards the sky. In the past, I allowed you guys to cause trouble for the immortal court's infernal devils. As a result, I've been too lenient towards you guys. Today, you guys have finally grown stronger. If I knew this would happen, I would have suppressed you guys together with the immortal court's infernal devils. However, it's meaningless to talk about this now. The lotus platform spreading Buddha shook his head. Forget it. Yen Zhaoge smiled. If the Maitreya Buddha were to say this, it wouldn't be a problem. However, you're overestimating yourself. No matter if it's the immortal court or you guys, you're too weak in front of the Western Pure Lands and the demon race. It's fine for you heretics to fool the middle and lower ranks. How could a leader like you not notice this? The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha wasn't angered by his words. Instead, he smiled. Our central blessed lands of Saha experienced many changes in the past, and we managed to reach where we are today. Our strength doesn't just depend on our combat prowess. Otherwise, how could you three clear lineages reach where you are now when you were so weak? He closed his eyes. However, my end has been decided today. Jinzhao, now that things have come to this, there's really no need to say anything else. At this time, Neza said, as you said, since you came to me today to end your karma, I will fulfill your wish. After saying that, Neza looked towards Yen Zhaoge. Fellow Taoist, please give him a clean answer. Don't humiliate him. Although the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha is taking advantage of your perilous state, I'm willing to give him his final dignity. Yen Zhaoge looked at the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha and said, Fellow Taoist, please. Then, a flame lit up in his palm. Namo Maitreya. The spreading Dharma Buddha on the lotus platform uttered a Buddhist mantra. He closed his eyes, and the Buddha light imbued with the power of faith gradually dissipated. His aura returned to silence and was extinguished within the flames on Yen Zhaoge's palm. The Buddha's figure grew smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. After the flames had been extinguished, only a single saraira remained within Yen Zhaoge's palm. He passed the saraira to Neza. Neza received it and his gaze changed. In the end, he let out a silent sigh. Ever since the Antiquity era, his relationship with Jinzhao and Muza wasn't that good due to Li Jing. They couldn't even be considered as brothers. After that, due to various reasons, nothing happened between them. As time passed, the original grievances and entanglements also slowly faded. During the Great Calamity, although Jinzhao had already entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus heretics, he didn't interfere when Taoism was facing a calamity. Muza followed his two masters, Guanyin and Samantabhadra, to the Western Pure Lands. Similarly, he didn't participate in the Great Calamity. As such, Neza only hated Li Jing and the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He didn't hate Jinzhao and Muza too much. Unfortunately, in the end, a battle still had to end. Muza and Li Jing had always been close. If Neza killed Li Jing, he and Muza would definitely become enemies. As for Jinzhao, he had already parted ways with Li Jing and Muza. They were even opponents. However, a battle still had to happen between him and Neza. Their complicated feelings caused Neza's heart to be filled with complicated emotions. Yen Zhaoge came to Neza's side and placed his hand on Neza's back. As the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual revolved, it enveloped Neza. As it revolved, the lingering black chi became fainter and fainter. Remain calm, Taoist brother. They can't do anything to us, said Yen Zhaoge. Yes. Neza calmed his mind and nodded. He sat in a lotus position by the void and resisted against the primordial heart devil's technique with Yen Zhaoge's help. The Western Pure Lands didn't expel us only because Jinzhao wanted to cause trouble for me. Neza said, if the primordial heart devil wanted to scheme against me, the 9 underworlds devilish Tao should have sent someone to ambush me as well. One of the contents of the transaction between the 9 underworlds and the Western Pure Lands was for the 9 underworlds to search for the yellow earth apricot flag for the Western Pure Lands. Of course, the 9 underworlds could do such a transaction. Firstly, they already had the white cloud-bound flag. Secondly, they had the 9 underworlds' deep-sea seawater, which could suppress the yellow earth apricot flag. As such, it wasn't surprising for them to give this treasure to the Western Pure Lands in exchange for what the 9 underworlds needed. However, if there was a chance to create a Devil Lotus Crown Prince or Lotus Devil Lord that originated from the Lotus Third Prince, Neza, like how he did with the 6-eared macaque, the 9 underworlds would be more than happy to see it happen. In this aspect, there was no need for Neza to belittle himself. A Devil Lord with the same strength as him might not be any weaker than the yellow earth apricot flag. It was definitely worth it for the 9 underworlds to split their forces and fight for it. After all, with Neza's strength, he could even fight against the Dipankara ancient Buddha in an environment like the Western Pure Lands. If the 9 underworlds used his heart devil to create a great devil, it would be able to possess the murderous aura that plagued him previously. Neza's murderous aura was extremely rare, and it complemented the devilish Tao. By then, the great devil might even be stronger than Neza himself. Due to Yen Zhaoge and the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual, the 9 underworlds' devil's plan failed. However, they couldn't stop the 9 underworlds' devil slaying ritual. As such, when the Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha invaded, Neza was also worried that the devilish Tao experts would suddenly appear. Indeed, there's a great devil's invasion. Yen Zhaoge smiled, however. My wife has been guarding outside the Western Pure Lands. We don't have to worry about anything. Feng Yunxing's perception towards the devilish Tao was much sharper than others. The 9 underworlds' devilish Tao had split their forces into 2. On one hand, they had to deal with the yellow earth apricot flag, and on the other hand, they had to take care of the devilish Tao. It would be very hard for them to break through her defenses. I really have to thank you and Taoist Feng this time. Neza turned his head and looked towards the Western Pure Lands. Unfortunately, even though I was filled with confidence, I couldn't take on the Dipankara ancient Buddha. It's fine. Yen Zhaoge smiled. The outcome of this battle isn't decided yet. The real battlefield is at the yellow earth apricot flag. Chapter 1706. Thank you for reminding us. We're already prepared for the 5G apricot yellow flag. Master and Senior Apprentice Uncle Southern Extremity are keeping an eye on it. Once the Western Pure Lands and the 9 underworlds do anything, we'll immediately follow up, said Neza. Before he entered the Western Pure Lands to challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Yen Zhaoge had already mentioned this to the Tai cultivated deity. Yen Zhaoge felt that other than the White Xiong's death, there might be other reasons for the Dipankara ancient Buddha to accept Neza's challenge. If Yen Zhaoge brought himself into the Dipankara ancient Buddha's situation, he would want to take advantage of the situation or make other preparations. Otherwise, accepting Neza's challenge would be risky, and the benefits would be minimal. The two wouldn't be worth it. Of course, the Dipankara ancient Buddha had many choices. However, Yen Zhaoge felt that the most pressing problem for him was the Buddha's relic. If the relic fell into the hands of the demon race, and the orthodox Buddhism lost the green lotus flag, Mahamayuri might pose a threat that was hard to deal with. Regarding this loss, the Western Pure Lands urgently needed to reduce their losses and resolve the troubles and pressure that might arise in the future. As such, Yen Zhaoge felt that the Dipankara ancient Buddha might have his eyes on the 5G apricot yellow flag. Yang Jian wanted to accompany Neza into the Western Pure Lands, while the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was searching for the 5G apricot yellow flag. As such, Yen Zhaoge asked the Tai cultivated deity to make preparations together with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. He even contacted other Taoism bigwigs. If the 5G apricot yellow flag really appeared, they could lend a helping hand. As for him, Yen Di and Yang Jian, they followed Neza into the Western Pure Lands. Feng Yunxing was waiting for them outside. Only, they weren't sure what the Western Pure Lands would do. Would they secretly divide their forces or seek external help? The arrangements made by the people of the Tao sect were also for the sake of being prepared. When he was thrown out from the Western Pure Lands, Yan Zhaoge immediately contacted Feng Yunxing. As expected, there were great devils in the vicinity. Not only were they intercepted by Feng Yunxing, they were also heavily injured. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge also learned from Feng Yunxing that the Dipankara ancient Buddha's true target was the 5G apricot yellow flag. Although the Western Pure Lands seemed to be distracted by the orthodox Taoism and had to be wary of the demon race, they had no time to spare. But what they carried out was the plan of secretly crossing the sea by deceiving everyone. Through the transaction, the experts of diabolism would help them secretly obtain the Wuji apricot yellow flag. In the end, perfected Tai and the others, who were already prepared, took advantage of the situation and did not let the other party take the lead. Both sides were currently fighting fiercely for the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Neza was also present during the discussion. As such, after hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, he nodded and said, "That's right. The Wuji apricot yellow flag is the thing that old Dipankara values the most in this round. Only when our Taoism retrieves the Wuji apricot yellow flag can we be considered to have truly won this battle. By then, the demon race will use the Shakyamuni Saraira to command Kong Xian to take action. With the Wuji apricot yellow flag and the green lotus flag, we won't be afraid. Let's see how Dipankara deals with it." As he spoke, he still felt a little regretful. "Unfortunately, I wasn't able to take him down. The primordial heart devil's final move was truly out of my expectations. Although I guessed that the ancient Dipankara Buddha had other arrangements, I never expected the primordial heart devil to use the same trick as the six-eared macaque." Yan Zhaoge nodded in agreement. "However, you don't have to mind it too much, Taoist brother." He smiled and said, "With Taoist brother Yang Jian's move, the ancient Dipankara Buddha wouldn't have a good time if he doesn't peel off a layer of his skin. Only the Amitabha Buddha can take care of him." Neza's expression was a little unconvinced, but he was also a little impressed. "If I could kill this demon with my own hands, I would truly be able to vent my frustrations." Yan Zhaoge smiled. Although he had experienced many things, Neza's temperament was still the same as the rumors. As the two were talking, Yan Zhaoge's expression changed slightly, and he started pondering. "What's wrong?" Neza noticed his expression and asked. Yan Zhaoge answered, "I've just received news that your master, the Tai cultivated deity, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the others were in a stalemate with the 9 underworld's great devils. As time dragged on, the news spread and the demon race was alerted. Now the Yellow Earth Apricot Flags battle has implicated more and more people, and the situation is getting more and more chaotic." Neza snorted, "I'll be done soon. We'll head over together later." "You still have to be careful," Yan Zhaoge said. "The primordial heart devil will definitely keep an eye on you. Don't worry. This time I'm prepared. He won't succeed so easily." Neza was eager to fight against the primordial heart devil. With Yan Zhaoge's help, he gradually dispelled the black miasma surrounding his body, and everything returned to normal. The two immediately went on their way. Neza was fine. However, Yan Zhaoge was bothered by the fact that he couldn't contact Yan Di. As such, Feng Yunxing didn't meet up with Yan Zhaoge and Neza. She continued waiting for Yang Jian outside the Western Pure Lands while searching for Yan Di, who was expelled from the Western Pure Lands. As the two walked, Neza tried to contact his master, the Tai cultivated deity. According to the latest news, the battle for the Yellow Earth Apricot Flag was getting more and more chaotic. Yang Jian was making things difficult for the Dipankara ancient Buddha in the Western Pure Lands. Other than the Amitabha Buddha and Mahamayuri, the other Buddhas of the Blessed Lands couldn't help him. As such, the Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands finally mobilized their forces and rushed over to fight for the yellow earth apricot flag. Since their true intentions were already exposed, there was no need for them to hide anymore. They might as well go all out and increase their chances of winning. The matter that was originally plotted in secret had already developed into another huge battle. The yellow earth apricot flag has been lost for a long time. I didn't expect it to see the light of day again. As Neza walked, he sighed. In the past, senior apprentice Uncle Jiang suddenly disappeared. In the end, he still perished. Only, I wonder who killed him? Since senior apprentice Uncle Jiang wields the yellow earth apricot flag, protecting himself shouldn't be a problem. It's hard to say how all things in the world counter each other, Yan Zhaoge said. With the yellow earth apricot flag in hand, protecting himself wouldn't be a problem under normal circumstances. However, his whereabouts are still unknown. Now, it's proven that he met with misfortune. This means that someone managed to break through the yellow earth apricot flag's protection. However, that person didn't manage to kill him. Instead, that person ran away with heavy injuries and died from his injuries. Neza frowned. The seawater of the 9 underworld's devilish sea's abyss can taint the yellow earth apricot flag. However, they're also searching for it based on the clues given by the Dipankara ancient Buddha. This means that they weren't the ones who did it. However, even Kong Xian couldn't break through the yellow earth apricot flag. If that Tao ancestor made a move, how could senior apprentice Uncle Jiang escape? Then, who did it? Chapter 1707. If 9 Nether didn't borrow the seawater of the 9 underworld's demon sea abyss to attack, under normal circumstances, no one would be able to break through the defense of the yellow earth apricot flag. After all, even Mahamayuri had a headache dealing with this defensive treasure. Unless it was a Tao realm expert, then it wouldn't be a problem. But if a Tao realm expert attacked, normally no one would be able to escape. Not everyone could reach the level of the great sage, Heaven's equal, Yang Jian, and Kong Xian. They had the chance to face the Tao ancestor and escape. For someone as arrogant as Neza, he wasn't confident either. But if it wasn't for a certain Tao ancestor, who would have the confidence to break through the Wuji apricot yellow flag? Neza was perplexed, while Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Did you think of something? Neza asked. Probably. Yan Zhaoge's expression was rather strange. There is someone who might be able to do it, just that there is no proof. We can only be certain after seeing the Wuji apricot yellow flag. When Martial Uncle Jiang and the Wuji apricot yellow flag disappeared, Sun Wukong hadn't been born yet. Neza frowned. Kong Xian couldn't do anything to the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Are you referring to the Grand Tianzuan? The person he was referring to was none other than the former master of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, Grand Celestial Jade Emperor, who had the reputation of being the most powerful Luo, the number 1 person below the Tao realm. Great Heavenly Venerate Jade Emperor was undoubtedly a strong candidate to break through the defense of the Wuji apricot yellow flag by relying on his own skills. Kong Xian had already proven that he could do nothing to the Wuji apricot yellow flag, but the Jade Emperor and the Great Sage, Heaven's equal, had never had such an experience. Thus, there was still much debate in this regard. In the early years of the Middle Era, the 3 clear patriarchs had already transcended, and the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had just been established. It was the time for our Tao sect to stabilize itself. Great Heavenly Venerable Jade Emperor had no reason to do so. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. I am referring to the other. Right, actually, you can also be considered familiar with that person, Taoist brother. It's just that you're familiar with him from the ancient epoch. You probably haven't had any dealings with him from the middle epoch. Neza was stunned by Yan Zhaoge's words. The next moment, he gradually understood as his expression turned rather strange like Yan Zhaoge's. Fellow Taoist Yan, you can't be referring to the prime clear lineage's Lord of Plentiful Treasure, right? I do think that he is the most likely. Yen Zhaoge spread his hands apart, sighing, Founder Red Essence perished beneath the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's sword. The Lord of Plentiful Treasure was the first disciple of the Prime Clear Lord of Numinous Treasure. He was one of the top sword Dao experts in the history of Taoism. After the primordial era ended and the Lord of Numinous Treasure transcended, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure inherited the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. The Empyrean of Plentiful Treasure, who was already powerful to begin with, successfully rose to a higher level. It was just that after entering the Middle Era, he rarely appeared in the world and rarely fought in front of people. He had died early because of the great Freedom Sky Demon, the Devil Lord. Therefore, whether it was at that time or in the future, although it was acknowledged that the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's strength after cultivating the chaos-extinguishing energy scripture, it was hard to determine how strong he was. If one had to ask, perhaps only the great Freedom Heavenly Demon would know. The others could only make guesses based on limited clues. However, regardless of the details, while the Lord of Plentiful Treasure perished due to the great Freedom Sky Demon, he wasn't captured or killed on the spot. He managed to escape from the Devil Lord's clutches and perished due to his injuries. Based on this alone, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure could be considered as one of the top Grand Heavenly Realm experts. While Yen Zhaoge wasn't sure of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's strength, he recognized Yu Yi, who cultivated the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture after the Lord of Plentiful Treasure perished. She could even lay down the incomplete immortal extermination formation by herself. According to Yu Ye's deductions, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure was already one of the top Grand Heavenly Realm experts. After cultivating the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, his strength became even more terrifying. While he might not be comparable in other aspects, his offensive prowess was definitely one of the top-notch existences beneath the Tao realm. The chaos-extinguishing origins Doomsday annihilated all things and was especially proficient in offense and destruction. It was hard to say if the Yellow Earth Apricot flag could withstand it. Compared to the Jade Emperor, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure clearly had more reasons to make things difficult for the Jade Clear lineage. Yen Zhaoge and Neza looked at each other, and their expressions were slightly awkward. Especially Neza. After a while, he said with a sigh, "According to what you said, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure had already perished. Even if he was the one who did it, it would be an unforgivable debt." As one of the leading figures of the Jade Clear lineage's third-generation lineage, Neza made a name for himself during the ancient era's investiture of the Gods' War. The grudges between him and the Prime Clear lineage's disciples were innumerable. Due to his personality, his relationship with the Prime Clear lineage's disciples wasn't that great after the investiture of the Gods' War. Including the Golden Spirit Divine Mother, Wenzhong, Lu Yu, Yin Jiao, Li Xingba, and the others who were on duty in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, their relationship wasn't all that harmonious. However, after the Great Calamity, countless Taoism experts perished, and countless past events were forgotten. Even Neza himself returned after experiencing the tribulation and narrowly escaped death. Now, the Taoism's three clear lineage had forsaken their former enmity. It was time for them to work together and revitalize Taoism. While Neza and the Tai cultivated deity's relationship with the incongruous Divine Mother and the Cloud Sky Fairy were still a little awkward, compared to before the Great Calamity, it was undoubtedly much better. This time, when they came to the Western Pure Lands to challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha, it was all thanks to the Cloud Sky Fairy, who was currently in charge of the Immortal Extermination Formation. She used the Immortal Extermination Formation to deter Buddhism, allowing them to reach a tacit agreement with the Amitabha Buddha. Comparing the various incidents that happened in the past and looking at the current situation, Yen Zhaoge and Neza couldn't help but sigh. Let's obtain the Wuji Apricot flag first. At the same time, let's see if you guessed correctly, and if Senior Apprentice Uncle Jiang perished because of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, said Neza. The two traversed through the void. The space in front of them was distorted. As a grand heavenly realm expert, Neza couldn't easily teleport around. This reflected the intensity of the battle here. At the same time, within the blessed lands of the White Lotus, within a Buddhist kingdom, the largest white lotus bloomed in the center. As the petals of the lotus bloomed, waves of fragrance emanated from within. Moreover, dazzling Buddha lights imbued with faith power flickered. The Buddha lights condensed into a sword light and soared into the skies, directly piercing through the blessed lands of Buddhism. From the outside world, another white lotus descended upon this Buddhist kingdom. A Buddha sat atop the lotus and congratulated, "Congratulations, senior apprentice brother, for coming out of seclusion." At the source of the sword light sat a young man dressed in monk robes. However, he had long silky black hair. He was the blessed lands of the White Lotus Grand Heavenly Realm heretic expert, the sword son of the Six Paths, Chu Su. Chu Su nodded and thanked the Buddha who came to congratulate him. Then, he stood up from the White Lotus. "Senior apprentice brother, where are you heading to?" asked the Buddha. "I'm heading to the Taoism Myriad Heavens. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1708. Hearing Chu Su's words, the Buddha sighed. "I'm here because of the Buddha's orders. Please reconsider, senior brother. Buddha is merciful. I have been waiting for this day. I have been thinking about it day and night without stopping. I have thought about it clearly." Chu Su replied, "I must avenge my master. About 400 years ago, his master, the Sword Buddha, perished because Yen Zhaoge and the others of Taoism went to the Jade Spring world in search of the immortal trapping sword. Chu Su himself was at the scene. He could only watch as the Sword Buddha died in front of him, but he could not stop it. Afterwards, when Yen Zhaoge and the others were searching for the immortal exterminating sword, Chu Su had also fought with them and returned after suffering a setback. Ever since then, Chu Su had always stayed in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. He only focused on his cultivation and rarely participated in the battle between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court. "Senior brother, why are you so stubborn?" The Buddha opposite him sighed. "Please excuse me," Chu Su replied calmly. "I'm my master's disciple after all." This sentence had a double meaning. It was not only about his relationship with the Sword Buddha, but also about the stubbornness of the master and disciple. In the past, the Sword Buddha had been obsessed with the exploration and advancement of his own sword Tao. He had spent his entire life studying it, and in the end, he had joined the heretic path of Buddhism. Chu Su was calm and indifferent most of the time, but on some matters, he was as stubborn as the Sword Buddha. The way the master and disciple walked was against the Buddhist Dharma. The three poisons of greed, anger, and delusion were always present. For the Buddhist sects, even if they were heretics, they could be considered anomalies. However, perhaps it was exactly because of this that their sword Tao was born and developed. The subtlety and subtlety within made people sigh in admiration and unable to grasp it. "Senior martial brother, you wish to take revenge for your master. However, the successor of the three clear ones is no longer the same as before. I'm afraid you won't be able to see your enemy. What can you do if he hides?" The Buddha tried to persuade him. "Let's not talk about Yang Jian, Suo Mingzhong, and Feng Yunxing. Among the three clear lineages, there's still the great deity of the three seas meeting, Neza, who's still alive. They might also stop you from taking revenge." He only mentioned that there were many Taoism experts, which might even prevent Chu Su from seeking revenge against Yen Zhaoge and the others. He didn't even mention that Yen Zhaoge possessed the golden body of the great sage, which might even allow the great sage equaling heaven's true body to reappear. Even if he didn't mention it, he believed that Chu Su definitely knew about it. He didn't say it out loud because he didn't want to embarrass Chu Su. However, the monk-robed young man with a head full of worry had a calm and indifferent expression, as if he was unmoved. The Buddha paused for a while and said, Neza went to the Western heretic path to challenge the ancient Dipankara Buddha. The Lotus Platform Buddha also went there, waiting for an opportunity to end the karma with Neza, but sigh. Hearing this sigh, Chu Su knew that the result was most likely that the Lotus Platform spreading Dharma Buddha would fall instead. This is karma, this is fate. Senior brother Jinja is like this, and so am I. Chu Su said calmly, be it Yen Zhaoga's group or anyone else of the three clear lineage, it would be fate if I perish by their hands. The Buddha opposite him advised, even if senior martial brother is determined to break through this barrier, there's no need to be so impatient. Just be patient. Our Buddha will make arrangements for you, there's always a chance. There is no need to wait any longer. Chu Su said and smiled, I can feel it. After completing my seclusion today, I've already reached the pinnacle of the grand heavenly realm. No matter how much time passes, I won't be any stronger than I am now. The Tao realm is hopeless for the current me. If I don't end my master's karma, I'll gradually deteriorate as time passes. He retrieved the longsword hanging by his waist and unsheathed it. Looking at the water-like sword light, he softly said, now is the most suitable time. Chu Su turned to look at the Buddha and said with a smile, the Buddha possesses remarkable abilities. Of course, you're aware of my current situation. There was no need to belittle himself. Chu Su was extremely important to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Due to the fact that he didn't care much about matters, his position wasn't the second in the blessed lands of the White Lotus after the Maitreya Buddha. However, in terms of individual strength, he was the strongest among the Buddhas in the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the future Maitreya Buddha. For the past few years, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had been suppressing the Immortal Court. Although the Immortal Court wasn't having a good time, they were still able to deal with the situation. Part of the reason was because Chu Su rarely participated in battles. Otherwise, the Immortal Court would be in even greater trouble. If Chu Su were to perish in the hands of Taoism, it would be a huge loss to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, the Maitreya Buddha also knew that if he were to suppress Chu Su and prevent him from going, the Buddhist sword would naturally wear down and become weaker. It would be a waste. Hence, even though he knew that Chu Su might not be able to gain any benefits, the Maitreya Buddha still remained silent and allowed Chu Su to do as he pleased. The world is unpredictable. Maybe my enemies will fall into the hands of others tomorrow. Maybe I will linger on and live a mediocre life, and one day I will see them die. I might even have the chance to hit them when they're down. Chu Su said slowly, or perhaps they would one day drag me out of my hiding place when I was extremely weak. The Buddha wanted to say something. However, his lips moved and no sound came out. That's not what I want. Chu Su smiled. I'll avenge my master. Or, I'll die in the hands of the three clear lineage's descendants or my enemies. No matter what the outcome is, it's fine. Now, when I'm at my strongest, I'll give it my all and personally end everything. That's what I want. Then, he pushed his hand forward, and the long sword returned to its sheath. Then, he nodded towards the fellow Taoists in front of him, stood on the White Lotus, and slowly rose upwards. The Buddha looked at Chu Su with a complicated gaze. After a moment of silence, he said, the one who caused the Lotus Platform spreading Dharma Buddha to perish isn't Neza, but Yen Zhaoga. After killing the Lotus Platform spreading Dharma Buddha, Yen Zhaoga didn't obstruct the Buddha light imbued with faith power from returning to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. For the current him, there was no longer a need to conceal his killing of the heretics. Due to the immortal extermination formation, even if a stronger heretic expert were to descend for revenge, the strongest expert would only be in the grand heavenly realm. It wouldn't be the immeasurable heavenly Lord or the future Buddha. As such, the blessed lands of the White Lotus knew who did it. Yen Zhaoga? Chu Su's eyes lit up slightly. He's near the Western heretic Buddhist lands. We don't know where he is right now, but the Wuji apricot yellow flag might have appeared. He's most likely with the other 3 clear successors to obtain this treasure. The Buddha said, Senior Marshal Brother, why don't you go and take a look? There are currently many experts gathered there. Still, the situation is chaotic as the various major powers are entangled with one another. It would instead be beneficial for you to directly seek revenge on that Yen Zhaoge. At the very least, it would be better than charging into the strongholds of the descendants of the 3 clear lineages. After thanking him, Chu Su sat cross-legged on the white lotus and flew out of the Buddhist kingdom on its back. Remember the mobile URL. Chapter 1709. Chu Su exited the blessed lands of the White Lotus and headed towards the Yellow Earth Apricot Flag's location. Despite the distance, Chu Su had already ascended to the grand heavenly realm. In an instant, he arrived at the outskirts. However, due to the subsequent battles between experts, space became chaotic. He could only slowly move closer. Currently, Yen Zhaoge and Neza had already entered. Rampant devilish qi, demonic qi, Buddha radiances, and even Taoism's clear qi filled the area. They clashed against each other intensely. Neza couldn't hold himself back anymore. He stepped on the wind-fire wheels and raised his fire-tipped spear. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a fiery dragon, rampaging forward. Wherever the blazing flames passed, the devilish qi, demonic qi, and Buddha radiances were all incinerated, turning into the flame's fuel. The domineering aura caused the immortals and devils to temporarily avoid it. However, an unexpected person blocked Neza's path. Rumbling thunderbolts swept over and clashed against Neza's flames. As the thunderbolts and flames intertwined, thunderbolts exploded, and sparks flew everywhere. Amidst the thunderbolts, an old man wearing a crown and a Taoist robe stood above the 9 heavens. Streaks of thunderbolts seemed to have transformed into a carriage that carried him. Fragrant clouds covered the entire area. It was the Jade Clear lineage's style, yet it was unique. Southern Extremity Senior Apprentice Uncle? Neza was startled upon seeing him. However, he quickly noticed that there were layers of thunderbolts flashing in an orderly manner at a place further away. They were displaying the profundities of the primordial chaos, the transformation of space, the circulation of the 5 elements, the birth of myriad existences, the convergence of yin and yang, and the alternation of day and night. There was another Taoism grand heavenly immortal wearing a crown and a Taoist robe standing there. There are 2 Southern Extremity Longevity Emperors in this world? That's impossible. Shadow Devil, it's you. Neza immediately reacted and was enraged. No wonder when he came into contact with the thunderbolts, he felt that they contained a warped intent. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, in front of him was one of the 6 great extinct devils. The Wood Devil, transformed into the Shadow Devil. Unlike Yang Jian's 8-9 Mysteries art, the Shadow Devil's materialization of shadows could perfectly replicate his opponent's appearance. Not only could he perfectly replicate his opponent's strength, however, because of the principles of this secret art, when he fought with others, although his strength was at the same level, his foundation was still that of the demonic Tao. It was fine if he didn't fight, but once he did, others would quickly see through him. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Neza. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor smiled and greeted Neza. Then, he nodded towards Yen Zhaoge. Taoist Yen, you're here too. Staring at the other party, Yen Zhaoge suddenly frowned. At the same time, Neza also noticed that something was amiss. He noticed that the appearance of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was rapidly changing. From an old man with a stern face, he turned into a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. But this wasn't rejuvenation, because that youth looked exactly like Neza himself. She had the same lotus body and the same heaven and earth ring on her head. She held a fire-tipped spear in her hand, stepped on the wind-fire wheels, and wrapped the armillary sash around her arm. Seeing this, Neza was furious. Demon, you're courting death. He immediately stabbed with his spear. The young man in front of him chuckled. Fellow Taoist, you're quite skillful. I have no choice but to block you first. While laughing, he blocked Neza's attack with his gun. The two spears clashed, and their bodies trembled at the same time. As expected, they were evenly matched. Neza was even more enraged. He stepped on the wind-fire wheels, and his speed was inconceivably fast. As if he had transformed into a myriad of clones, he surrounded his opponent and unleashed a barrage of attacks. However, after the Shadow Devil transformed into Neza, his speed didn't seem to be any slower than Neza's. His spear was also faster than the previous one. He countered every single one of Neza's attacks. As the battle reached its climax, the fake Neza raised his hand first. He summoned the Heaven and Earth Ring and smashed it towards the real Neza's head. Normally, the Wood Devil's reality manifestation art could only transform into his opponent's body. It couldn't replicate his opponent's treasures. However, Neza's situation was special. Many of his treasures had gone through life and death together with him. They were existences that had descended into the world together with him. To a certain extent, they were just like his fingernails and hair. This allowed him to control these treasures with greater ease. Moreover, these treasures possessed immense might. However, this had become a drawback now. When the Shadow Devil transformed into his appearance, he could also manifest these treasures and control them. Their might wasn't inferior to the real thing at all. Neza looked at the shining Heaven and Earth Ring that was smashing towards his head. He was so furious that he wanted to ascend to the heavens. As he gritted his teeth, he summoned his Heaven and Earth Ring as well. The two Heaven and Earth Rings revolved in midair. They clashed against each other and didn't give way to each other. Clanging sounds resounded in the air. Neza first summoned his Heaven and Earth Ring, then summoned his golden brick, and attacked his opponent's head. However, the Neza on the other side also summoned his golden brick upon seeing this. The two golden lights clashed in midair. With a loud boom, the entire void trembled along with it. The bright red mixed heavenly silk on the fake Neza's arm trembled. Like a rainbow, it swept towards Yen Zhaoge. Without waiting for Yen Zhaoge to attack, the real Neza swung his red mixed heavenly silk as well. It whipped towards his opponent's red silk like a whip. As if the red silk had a life of its own, it spun in mid-air and evaded the attack like a python. The two red silk seemed to have come to life. They continued fighting in mid-air, and neither of them could catch the other. Fellow Taoist Yen, go and help my master and senior apprentice uncle. Neza yelled, I want to fight against this devil. He was truly enraged. His body shook, and 2 heads and 4 arms grew out. He manifested his form of 3 heads and 6 arms. His strength shook the entire universe, and the others who were fighting around him had no choice but to retreat. However, at almost the same time, the Neza manifested his form as well. His aura wasn't any weaker than Neza's. The two instantly engaged in battle, causing the heavens and earth to overturn. Wherever they moved, no one could get close to them. Yen Zhaoge looked into the distance. The Shadow Devil had originally transformed into the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to fight against one of the 4 Imperials. Now that Neza had arrived, he transformed into Neza's appearance and fought against him. Even so, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had a new opponent. The various forces clashed together, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. At the center of the battlefield, everyone was fighting against a blurry and illusory nebula. Due to the battle, the nebula was already close to shattering. At the center of the nebula, a golden radiance could be vaguely seen. Within the golden radiance, a golden lotus and black soil seemed to be faintly discernible. As expected, it's the Wuji apricot yellow flag? As Yen Zhaoge was thinking about this, a layer of gloominess suddenly surfaced in his mind. He subconsciously raised his head and saw many people on the battlefield, including the 2 Nezhas, doing the same thing as him. Suddenly, the void split apart and a Buddha appeared. 5-colored divine radiances circulated around the Buddha's body. It was none other than Mahamayuri. Chapter 1710. Mahamayuri's appearance caused the hearts of everyone present to sink. To be honest, Kong Xian's appearance wasn't too surprising. The yellow earth apricot flag, the green lotus flag, the white cloud-bound flag, and the floating flame flag were the few defensive treasures that could withstand Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine light below the Tao realm. To Mahamayuri, these flags weren't his nemesis, but they were undoubtedly a huge obstacle, especially when he was using himself as the price to obtain the Buddha's relic. These treasures that could obstruct him would naturally affect his status as a super mercenary and affect his ability to obtain the Buddha's relic. The green lotus flag was originally in the Western Pure Lands. Now it was in the Orthodox Taoism. The white cloud-bound flag was in the Nine Nether, and the floating flame flag was in the Tushita Palace. After the yellow earth apricot flag was lost, it was temporarily without an owner. No one could control it and unleash its power. Under such circumstances, Mahamayuri took action and took the yellow earth apricot flag, reducing the number of things that could obstruct him in this world. It wasn't surprising that it was difficult for others to use it. However, even though they had expected it, they couldn't help but feel a headache when they saw Mahamayuri interfere. At this moment, apart from perfected Tai, there was an old man in the nebula closest to the yellow earth apricot flag. This old man looked kind, but he had a bitter expression as he looked at Mahamayuri and shook his head with a sigh. The old man's eyes flickered with a warm radiance that resembled ordinary sunlight. He stood on the spot as if he didn't do anything. However, Mahamayuri's face instantly revealed an irritated expression. "Primordial Heart Devil, congratulations on your recovery. However, don't forget that you can't avoid my 5-colored divine light even if others can't hurt you." The Buddha snorted coldly. The 5-colored divine light surrounding his body immediately circulated and swept towards the primordial heart devil. "I'm well aware of Taoist Kong's abilities. I've never dared to treat you lightly." The primordial heart devil's position changed continuously to avoid Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine light. "I'm helping the Western Pure Lands retrieve the yellow earth apricot flag. Taoist Kong is also in the Western Pure Lands. Why don't you do me a favor?" Mahamayuri replied plainly, "I respect Amitabha, but I don't worship Dipankara. He is him, and I am me. Why bother?" The primordial heart devil said as he took out a small flag. He waved the flag, and suddenly dense smoke filled the area. Bursts of exotic fragrance enveloped the surroundings, blocking Mahamayuri's advance. White cloud-bound flag. Mahamayuri was once again blocked by the white cloud boundary flag, but he was not annoyed. He manifested the golden body of Buddha, and the 5-colored divine light enveloped his body. The glazed Buddha light also spread far away, enveloping the surrounding void. Mahamayuri was unprepared this time during the fight for the Buddha and blocked with Buddha. This time, he clearly came prepared. The primordial heart devil used the white cloud-bound flag to block his path, and he sealed off the surroundings to block the primordial heart devil. His method was similar to the way Yang Jian faced the green lotus flag during the battle for the immortal execution array. Mahamayuri manifested his Buddha body, and a peacock appeared under his body. The peacock flapped its wings and flew toward the scattered nebula where the Wuji apricot flag was hidden. As he approached the Wuji apricot yellow flag, he suppressed the primordial heart devil that was holding the white cloud-bound flag. Although the primordial heart devil was afraid of Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine light, his secret art was unique and hard to grasp, which affected Mahamayuri's mind. Although Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine light could sweep through anything, it was still extremely vexed by the invasion of the heart demons. This was all thanks to him joining the Buddhist sect after the ancient Great Era and cultivating in the Buddhist Dharma, which helped him subdue his inner demons. Otherwise, it would have been even more unbearable. However, even so, the scene of him advancing while suppressing the primordial heart devil with the white cloud-bound flag in his hand was still rather shocking, and it caused the others on the battlefield to raise their eyebrows. As they fought, they all slowed down their movements and focused their attention on Mahamayuri. Mahamayuri, who had become the target of public criticism, maintained a calm expression and continued moving forward. The powerful divine light of 5 colors was still circulating, causing the crowd to retreat. Only, Kong Xian ignored the group of grand heavenly realm experts as he walked. Instead, his gaze subconsciously landed on the grand virtual immortal Yen Zhaoge. Everyone knew what Mahamayuri was worried about. He was worried about the reappearance of the great sage equaling heavens. As a defensive treasure, the white cloud-bound flag wasn't afraid of the divine light of 5 colors. However, it could only defend passively. When Mahamayuri's goal wasn't to kill his opponent, the white cloud-bound flag's influence on him would plummet. It was no longer a problem that he couldn't handle. However, the great sage equaling heavens was different. Even if his time of existence was limited, he was still a true opponent that he couldn't advance any further. When Yen Zhaoge saw Mahamayuri, he stopped in his tracks and revealed a smile. His expression was calm. He wasn't in a hurry. No matter what, the orthodox Taoism already had the green lotus flag as their foundation. Moreover, while the floating flame flag within the Tushita Palace hadn't been taken out yet, who knew when he would be able to bring it out of the Tushita Palace? With Mahamayuri's interference, the one who was the most anxious should be the one who didn't even have a single flag. If he didn't take out the yellow earth apricot flag now, he would have to face Mahamayuri's might directly in the future. As expected, there was someone who was more enthusiastic than him in competing with Kong Xian. Since the matter had been exposed, the Western Pure Lands Buddhist Bantis were also mobilized. However, they still had to face Mahamayuri's pressure. Once upon a time, this was their trump card when fighting against others. It was something that caused their opponents to complain about. Now they had to experience it themselves. A Buddha attempted to stop Kong Xian's advance. In the end, the 5-colored divine radiance turned and instantly swept him away. Fellow Taoists, please forgive me. Mahamayuri acted as if nothing had happened and continued striding forward. At this moment, a rainbow suddenly streaked across the cosmic void and arrived in an instant. Mahamayuri frowned. Lu Ya? The long rainbow pierced through the shattered nebula, and an old man appeared. He wore a fishtail crown and a red robe. His appearance was peculiar, and he had a long beard. He was Taoist Lu Ya. Fellow Taoist, please let me pass. As Taoist Lu Ya spoke, he extended his hand towards the yellow earth apricot flag. Fellow Taoist, give me that relic, and I'll naturally let you have this flag. As Mahamayuri spoke, he immediately released the primordial heart demon and ignored him, flying towards Taoist Lu Ya. Seeing that Taoist Lu Ya was about to obtain the yellow earth apricot flag, the primordial heart demon immediately stopped holding Mahamayuri back and allowed him to compete with Taoist Lu Ya. Facing the 5-colored divine radiance, Taoist Lu Ya could only transform into a rainbow again and temporarily avoid it. As more and more top-notch experts joined the battle, the scene instantly became even more chaotic. Whoever had the highest chance of obtaining the yellow earth apricot flag would become the target of everyone. Chapter 1711. Various forces started fighting against the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Although the situation was chaotic, Mahamayuri was still the most popular one. Most of the time, the others still worked together to fight against him. However, the 5-colored divine light was too domineering. It was almost invincible. Even a top-notch expert like Taoist Lu Ya tried his best to avoid facing it head-on. If not for the white cloud-bound flag, it would be hard to stop Mahamayuri's advancement. Yen Zhaoge watched from the side for a while. Then, he turned to look at the battle between the real and fake Neza and smiled. We still have to depend on you, Wood Devil. The fake Neza smiled. Young Heavenly Lord, you must be joking. Although I can transform into Taoist Kong Xian's appearance, the five-colored divine light is unique. Without it, what can I do even if I transform? Even now, I can't completely transform into the three C's meeting divine treasure celestial bodies various prowess. The real Neza snorted. Other than his astonishing defensive capabilities, his treasured lotus celestial body didn't fear any evil art. This was his greatest advantage. When the wood devil transformed into his appearance, he could replicate other aspects. However, he couldn't replicate the treasured lotus celestial body's various prowess. However, it was sufficient to fight against him. After all, Neza wasn't proficient in evil arts. On the other hand, while the treasured lotus celestial body could defend against all sorts of evil arts, it couldn't defend against the Shadow Devil's technique. It was basically useless against the Shadow Devil. Neza felt the Shadow Devil's words were extremely irritating to him. He was already enraged, and his attacks became even more ferocious. However, other than the treasured lotus celestial body, the Shadow Devil didn't lack any other abilities. He dealt with Neza's attacks according to the situation and neutralized Neza's waves of attack. Speaking of which, young Heavenly Lord, you're the one that everyone expects to win. While blocking the real Neza's attacks, the fake Neza smiled towards Yanzhaoge. Among everyone here, isn't there only you who can fight against Taoist Kong Xian? He was naturally referring to Yanzhaoge and the other's reappearance of the great sage equaling heavens. The shadow demon's words were half true and half false. Although he was speaking from the bottom of his heart, he was also trying to sound him out. We'll hold off Mahamayuri, exhausting him to death, then let you take the Wuji apricot yellow flag? Yanzhaoge chortled. Isn't your plan a little too ingenious? Shadow Demon said, now that so many heroes have gathered, it may not be our generation that will succeed, but if young Heavenly Lord still holds back, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Kong Xian will eventually succeed. That's fine too. Anyway, we have the green lotus flag, and you have the white cloud boundary flag. Our two clans don't have to worry too much, Yanzhaoge shrugged. The Shadow Demon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 9 underworlds indeed already had the white cloud-bound flag, so the Wuji apricot yellow flag wasn't necessary. However, the reason why they participated in the competition this time was to trade with the Western Pure Lands in exchange for the existences that the 9 underworlds truly needed. Although the ancient Dipankara Buddha plotted against the 9 Nether, and in the end, he still had to help the 9 Nether, but if he didn't extract enough benefits for himself, then he wouldn't be the ancient Dipankara Buddha. Without the Wuji apricot yellow flag, the 9 underworlds might have to pay a higher price. Speaking of which, the Wuji apricot yellow flag is of the Jade Clear lineage. Isn't it inappropriate for young Heavenly Lord to say this? Said the Shadow Demon, feeling both annoyed and amused at the same time. Yanzhaoge was surprised. According to this, our Taoism's Wuji apricot yellow flag is returning to its rightful owner. Isn't it even more inappropriate for you to mess things up? While the two were arguing, the others were also paying attention to Yanzhaoge, including Mahamayuri himself, Taoist Luya, and the primordial heart devil. You're making all sorts of excuses. Could it be that you've expended too much energy in the battle for the immortal extermination formation back then? Is that why the great sage, Heaven's equals true body can't reappear today? A great demon that was fighting with the incongruous Divine Mother asked directly. Yanzhaoge turned to look at the great demon and stared at his 9 heads. The matters of the world are difficult. Many wolves and jackals obstruct our path. It's a pity that our Taoism's foundation isn't strong, and we're not wealthy. If we want to do something, we have to plan carefully and save as much as possible in case of a sudden storm. For example, someone has been hiding in the Astro Mountain's starry seas for all these years, and he rarely comes out. If I want to kill him, I have to consider what would happen if stronger demon race great sages like Taoist Lu Ye or the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles obstruct me. The nine-headed bug was enraged. He sneered and said, you're just bluffing. Let's see how you're going to kill me while I'm standing right here. Yen Zhaoge smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at Mahamayuri, the Wuji apricot yellow flag, and Taoist Lu Ye and the others. If it weren't for their presence and the Wuji apricot yellow flag, he would have given the nine-headed bug a good beating. However, in the eyes of others, his actions seemed to be a little fierce in appearance but weak in heart. Everyone couldn't help but think, it seems like during the battle for the immortal extermination formation, the great sage equaling Heavens's true body had reappeared. Although he managed to block Mahamayuri, he had expended too much of his strength. Even after 300 years, he still hasn't recovered. Yen Zhaoge is merely bluffing. Or is he trying to deceive us into giving it our all so that he can reap the benefits and deal the final blow? Despite having such thoughts, no one intended to verify their guesses with their own bodies. It would be for the best if the great sage equaling Heavens's true body didn't appear. Even Mahamayuri didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, other than the great sage equaling Heavens's true body, everyone else was also wary of Feng Yunxing's presence. With Feng Yunxing's current cultivation realm, even Kong Xian had to be careful when he launched a sneak attack. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he might be defeated. Yen Zhaoge's expression was calm, and he remained calm. Since Mahamayuri had arrived, there was no need for him to continue playing the empty fort strategy. Instead, he would be helping Kong Xian share the burden. It would be more appropriate for everyone to focus their attention on Mahamayuri. Mahamayuri had been in the Western Pure Lands for so many years, and he had always been unique. Yen Zhaoge didn't believe that the Dipankara ancient Buddha wouldn't be prepared at all. He didn't possess all of the Buddha's sariras. How could he not be wary of today's situation? Previously, during the fight for the Buddha's sariras, the Western Pure Lands still had the green lotus flag, so they could ignore it. However, this time, they didn't have the green lotus flag anymore. How could they not be wary of Mahamayuri's sudden participation in the battle? Furthermore, they had come to fight for the Wuji apricot yellow flag for the long term. Their new method would only be able to deal with it temporarily, which was why they placed such importance on the Wuji apricot yellow flag. However, even if it could only deal with it temporarily, it should still be able to play its role now. Facing Mahamayuri, Buddhism, or rather, the alliance of Buddhism and the 9 underworlds this time, wouldn't be able to keep their composure. This wasn't a problem of ability. Taoism already had the green lotus flag and the floating flame flag as their foundation. They wouldn't be flustered even if they had sufficient resources. Therefore, Yen Zhaoge was able to sit there calmly. He wasn't afraid that his opponent wouldn't make the first move. Chapter 17:12. Mahamayuri felt that Yen Zhaoge was merely bluffing, and the great sage equaling Heavens might not reveal himself for the time being. He had his own pride, and he wasn't afraid of the great sage equaling Heavens. However, without such a strong foe blocking his path, his actions would be much smoother. Although the others were working together against Mahamayuri most of the time, this old peacock ignored them and approached the Earth Self apricot yellow flag. Seeing that Mahamayuri was the strongest and was about to obtain the Earth Self apricot yellow flag, the Western Pure Lands Mahasthamaprikot Bodhisattva sighed and nodded towards the primordial heart devil. Upon seeing this, the primordial heart devil immediately activated the white cloud-bound flag. This time, when he activated the white cloud-bound flag, waves of fragrance filled the air. He decided to surround the Earth Self apricot yellow flag's scattered nebula to prevent Mahamayuri from obtaining it. Mahamayuri wasn't in a hurry. He scattered 5 colored divine radiances towards the primordial heart devil. Without the white cloud-bound flag's protection, the primordial heart devil immediately dodged to the side to avoid facing the 5 colored divine radiances. If I can't obtain it, Don't even think about taking it away. Let's just wait here. Mahamayuri said calmly. Does the vast freedom heavenly devil intend to make a move personally? The primordial heart devil smiled. The vast freedom heavenly devil has no intention of making a move. Although the other major forces were tolerating and even helping the 9 underworlds in the dark, it didn't mean that the 9 underworlds could act as he pleased. The other Tao ancestors had their own enemies, and they were constantly fighting against each other. If the vast freedom heavenly devil acted as he pleased, he would be unstoppable. Naturally, others wouldn't tolerate it. Although the 9 underworlds had become more high-profile in recent years, the vast freedom heavenly devil kept a low profile and rarely appeared in the world, in order to avoid being targeted by the other Tao realm bigwigs. If the vast freedom heavenly devil didn't make a move personally, as one of the strongest existences beneath the Tao realm, Mahamayuri would naturally be overbearing in this situation. However, the primordial heart devil wasn't in a hurry. He only ordered the white cloud-bound flag to seal the Earth Self apricot yellow flag's location, preventing Mahamayuri from obtaining it. On the other side, the Bodhisattva Mahasthamaprapta clasped his palms together and said, "Wisdom King, I apologize for this offense." He immediately began chanting Buddhist scriptures, and the other Buddhist experts around him did the same. In the originally chaotic void, golden auspicious clouds gathered at this moment. A crack appeared in the clouds, and golden light spilled out from within. Mahamayuri frowned, a premonition rising in his heart. He looked carefully and saw that the clouds seemed to distort time and space, leading to the pure land of Buddhism. In the hazy light mist, the figure of Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was sitting peacefully in the pure land of Buddhism. However, it wasn't that Samantabhadra Bodhisattva wanted to descend here. Instead, he was currently in the western pure land of ultimate bliss and had laid down a huge formation to communicate with the Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva and the others. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Suddenly, a streak of flowing light emerged from his side. It flew out from the western Pure Lands and traversed the void through the power of the Grand Formation. It descended and pressed down on Mahamayuri's head. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a Buddhist pestle. Is this thing really in Dipankara's hands? Mahamayuri's expression was a little strange. He was more emotional than surprised and angry. The 5-colored divine radiance went up to block the pestle that descended from the sky. However, the 5-colored divine radiance, which had always been successful in every endeavor, couldn't knock down the pestle at this moment. On the contrary, countless talisman seals appeared on the pestle. As the radiance flowed, they fell continuously, causing Mahamayuri to feel a little overwhelmed. Old Peacock wasn't angry. He said indifferently, "Dipankara is indeed skilled. If he really found this treasure, it seems like I won't be able to obtain the Earth Self apricot yellow flag today." The 5-colored divine radiance rolled and protected the surroundings, preventing others from getting close and taking advantage of the situation. The pestle rose and fell in midair, pressing down on Mahamayuri and temporarily immobilizing him. However, it didn't cause any damage to him. As time passed, the talisman seals on the pestle began to fade away. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for Mahamayuri to regain his mobility. As expected, he's prepared. Yen Zhaoge looked at the pestle and understood. According to the rumors, when Taoist Zhuanti subdued Kong Xian during the ancient era, he used a pestle to strike Kong Xian back to his peacock form. From the looks of it, it's this one? After that, Taoist Zhuanti transformed into the Tathagata Buddha and transcended during the end of the Middle Era. This pestle was left behind in this world, just like Taoism's Triratna Jade Scepter and Green Duckweed Sword. When Dipankara Buddha and the others obtained this treasure, they couldn't control it to do anything. However, this treasure was fated with Mahamayuri in the past. Under the situation where the western Pure Land of ultimate bliss had lost the green lotus flag, It was used by the ancient Dipankara Buddha as a trump card against the old peacock. Now it was working. Only, as Yen Zhaoge expected, this method wasn't as effective as the green lotus flag and the earth self apricot yellow flag. After blocking Mahamayuri for a while, it would fall into Mahamayuri's hands. Of course, Kong Xian couldn't control this treasure. However, once it fell into his hands, there would be one less existence that could hinder him. To Dipankara Buddha, this treasure might be precious. However, its greatest value was that it could suppress Mahamayuri once. With this pestle temporarily suppressing Mahamayuri, the situation changed drastically. Taoist Luya, the Tai cultivated deity, the southern extremity longevity emperor, and the others rushed towards the earth self apricot yellow flag. The 9 underworlds and the western Pure Land's actions were even faster. The primordial heart devil kept the white cloud-bound flag and waved it towards Taoist Luya and the others. Waves of fragrance obstructed everyone. Yen Zhaoge suddenly moved. He first used the chaotic origin hammer to attack the 9-headed bug, helping the incongruence Divine Mother out of her predicament. The incongruence Divine Mother didn't say anything else. She slashed her sword towards the fragrance released by the white cloud-bound flag. The sword light wasn't particularly sharp. Instead, it flowed like flowing water. In the end, a path was opened up within the fragrance. The incongruence Divine Mother was acquainted with the original owner of the white cloud-bound flag, the Western Queen Mother of the Jade Pool. She could dispel the white cloud-bound flag's defense. Previously, when Taoism and the 9 underworlds were fighting, the 9 underworlds didn't reveal the white cloud-bound flag. As expected, the white cloud-bound flag that could even obstruct Taoist Luya's footsteps couldn't obstruct the incongruence Divine Mother. With the incongruence Divine Mother leading the way, Yen Zhaoge and the others quickly rushed towards the earth self apricot yellow flag. The primordial heart devil and the great strength bodhisattva had already expected this. While they split up to obstruct the incongruence Divine Mother, they also rushed towards the earth self apricot yellow flag. With Mahamayuri and the demon race losing the initiative, the situation seemed to have reverted back to Taoism and the 9 underworlds battle. Only, this time, the great strength bodhisattva and the other Buddhism bigwigs joined the fray. As Yen Zhaoge rushed towards the earth self apricot yellow flag, he also waved his hand, revealing a green flag. In an instant, white qi hovered in the air, with countless golden radiances. It was the green lotus flag. Chapter 1713. Yen Zhaoge waved the green lotus flag in his hand. Instantly, white qi and golden radiances covered the void, blocking the path of the 9 underworlds devils and Buddhist Bantis. Upon seeing the green lotus flag, the expressions of the Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva and the other Buddhist experts changed. This was originally a treasure of their Western Pure Lands, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, sorry for the offense. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, however, the Amitabha Buddha should be helping the Dipankara ancient Buddha deal with the aftermath. He doesn't have the time to care about us. Allow me to make use of this opportunity. Even within the Western Pure Lands, the Dipankara ancient Buddha couldn't deal with Yang Jian alone. Within the entire Blessed Lands, only the Amitabha Buddha and Mahamayuri could help him stop Yang Jian. Mahamayuri was here. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to help the Dipankara ancient Buddha. In fact, even if he was still within the Western Pure Lands, the Dipankara ancient Buddha wouldn't be able to order him around without the Buddha's Sarira. As such, the only one who could help the Dipankara ancient Buddha was the Amitabha Buddha. If not, Yen Zhaoge wouldn't have used the green lotus flag to deal with the Buddhism bigwigs. After all, such an act was too ridiculous. Even the Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva and the other bigwigs with a calm state of mind couldn't help but feel annoyed when they saw the green lotus flag in Yen Zhaoge's hands. Fellow Taoists of the Buddhist sect, apologies for the offense. The primordial heart devil said, if we can obtain the green lotus flag, it might be a good thing. The green lotus flag's defense against the primordial heart devil was rather limited. However, with the southern extremity longevity emperor by Yen Zhaoga's side, the primordial heart devil wouldn't be able to take another step forward. As such, the primordial heart devil didn't hold back and pointed towards the green lotus flag. The void seemed to have opened up, connecting to the dark and ominous 9 underworlds' demonic sea abyss. The pitch-black yet clear seawater gushed out. Under the primordial heart devil's guidance, it descended towards the green lotus flag. The 9 underworlds' demonic sea abyss's seawater seemed clean and transparent, and it didn't have any stench. However, it was the dirtiest substance within the world. Even a treasure like the green lotus flag would lose its miraculous effects upon being contaminated by the seawater. This situation was more or less within the primordial heart devil's expectations. If the Tao Sex Incongruence Divine Mother could break their white cloud-bound flag, they naturally had a way to break the green lotus flag as well. A treasure that could block the demon race and Mahamayuri at the periphery would only result in an explosion for both sides. No one could defend against the other. In the past, it was the 9 underworld's great devils that aided the demon race against the Western Pure Lands. They used the seawater to taint the green lotus treasured flag, which allowed the demon race to successfully obtain the Buddha's Saraira. At the same time, Yen Zhaoga and the others from Taoism took the chance to obtain the treasured flag. Now that so many years had passed, the green lotus flag had regained its former brilliance after being cleansed. On the other hand, the 9 underworlds and the Western Pure Lands, who were enemies in the past, had become allies. Moreover, they were using the same trick to deal with the green lotus flag. The Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva and the other Buddhist venerables couldn't help but feel a little strange when they saw the dirty water splashing onto the green lotus flag. However, none of them were slow in their actions. They followed closely behind, wanting to take advantage of the moment when the green lotus flag was unable to function after being stained to take back the flag. If they could take back the green lotus flag, the black young apricot flag wasn't that necessary anymore. Yen Zhaoga looked at the ink-like seawater of the abyss splashing towards him, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He held the green lotus flag in one hand and flipped his other palm outward. Numerous seals appeared on his palm. They were complex and profound, and vaguely contained traces of evilness and ferociousness within them. When the primordial heart devil saw the appearance of the talisman, his heart jolted. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like the talisman that Yen Zhaoga had written when he used the 9 underworlds' devilish sea's seawater to help Feng Yunxing fight against Nye Jingshan and the Shadow Devil. After that battle, the primordial heart devil and the other 9 underworlds' great devils studied Yen Zhaoga's method. If the same thing happened again, the 9 underworlds was confident in dealing with it. However, when the primordial heart devil took a closer look at the talisman on Yen Zhaoga's palm, he realized that many changes had occurred. He's also constantly improving, and his speed is extremely fast. The primordial heart devil's gaze flickered. Then, as expected, black radiances flickered from the talisman on Yen Zhaoga's palm. Next, the 9 underworlds' devilish sea's seawater gushed out and rapidly formed seals in midair, which then transformed into a talisman array. The flowing lights surrounded the 9 underworlds' devilish sea's seawater and transformed it into a talisman array, which blocked the primordial heart devil's seawater. In an instant, as if a shapeless dam had been constructed, it blocked the surging black water. The black water couldn't touch the green lotus flag, which continued manifesting its abilities. Rays of white chi and golden radiances manifested, which blocked the 9 underworlds and the Buddhist's path. The primordial heart devil's gaze quickly regained its calmness. Without stopping, more and more seawater gushed out from the void, which swept towards Yen Zhaoga and the green lotus flag. After all, the amount of 9 underworlds' devilish sea's seawater that Yen Zhaoga had obtained was limited. The primordial heart devil wanted to rely on quantity to overwhelm Yen Zhaoga's line of defense. While the dam was sturdy, its height and thickness wouldn't change. The unceasing rise of the tide would always surpass the dam's limit. Moreover, the primordial heart devil had been studying Yen Zhaoge's techniques for the past few years. He would definitely gain something from it. Now that he was pressuring Yen Zhaoge with his strength, the talisman array that was obstructing the seawater was starting to crumble. However, Yen Zhaoge wasn't in a hurry. He only needed to fight for a blink of an eye. As such, the primordial heart devil, the Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva, and the others could only watch as the Tai cultivated deity and the incongruence Divine Mother took the chance to rush towards the Wuji apricot yellow flag. The Tai cultivated deity directly extended his hand and grabbed the Wuji apricot yellow flag. As the golden lotuses bloomed, one could vaguely see a human corpse under the flag's protection. It should be the Wuji apricot yellow flag's previous owner. However, as soon as the Tai cultivated deity touched the flag, streams of ferocious sword chi surged around the golden lotuses. The incongruence Divine Mother unsheathed her sword and received the sword chi. She looked at the Tai cultivated deity and shook her head. Her expression was a little sorrowful and disappointed. The bigwigs present were all familiar with the sword chi. It was the Taoism's prime clear lineage. Upon seeing this, Yen Zhaoge and Neza sighed in their hearts. Their previous guesses had become reality. It seemed like the prime clear lord of plentiful treasure was the one who broke through the jade clear Wuji apricot yellow flag's defenses. After the incongruence Divine Mother dismantled the remnant sword chi, the Tai cultivated deity waved his sleeve and swept the Wuji apricot yellow flag along with everything else. At the same time, the southern extremity longevity emperor flicked his finger thrice. Grand illusory spatial thunder, eternal thunder, and an instant's thunder exploded at the same time, instantly creating a gap within the universe. The incongruence Divine Mother immediately followed up with a dangerous immortal sword, creating a deep hole within the gap. The Tai cultivated deity extended his hand and pointed. As white radiances lingered, they continued going deeper within the gap. The three Taoism bigwigs who were proficient in spatial transformations worked together and created a path within the chaotic battlefield. Then, everyone from Taoism rushed within. Chapter 1714. The incongruence Divine Mother was well versed in the Immortal Trapping Sword Manual. The Grand Unity Spiritual Master was well versed in the Aeon Light Heavenly Tome and the Void Heavenly Tome, while the Southern Extremity Longevity Monarch was also well versed in the Void Heavenly Tome. Moreover, he could wield the Grand Void Spatial Thunder, Eternal Undying Thunder, and the Instant Thunder of the Nine Heavens Immortal Thunder with ease. The three Tao sects Grand Heavenly Immortals were proficient in the Tao of time and space transformations. Their speed was not slow at all. As the experts fought, the space here was chaotic, and it caused even Golden Immortal Realm experts to find it difficult to move freely. However, with the help of Yen Zhaoge's Green Lotus flag, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others immediately joined forces and opened up a path. Before they came here, they had already made some preparations. That was why they were able to succeed in one strike. However, the opponents that the orthodox Taoism faced this time were not simple. Not to mention Mahamayuri, who was still fighting against the Pestle, Tao Lord Lu Ye and the Primordial Heart Devil were the first to catch up. The Green Lotus flag could barely stop the Primordial Heart Devil. Although he didn't have the time to stop those people from taking the yellow flag and running away, he still chased them into the space crack as soon as possible. As for Tao Lord Lu Ye, he transformed into a streak of rainbow light and moved even faster than the others. He was almost as fast as Primeval Heart Devil. Currently, Taoism had already taken away the yellow earth apricot flag and became the temporary winner. They were also everyone's common enemy. Naturally, the Primordial Heart Devil didn't need to use the white cloud-bound flag to obstruct Taoist Lu Ye's path. The two started working together to pursue Yen Zhaoge and the others. The other experts from the Buddhist sect, the Demon Race, and the Nine Nether Race hurriedly followed. Neza got rid of the Shadow Devil and entered the spatial crevice together with Yen Zhaoge and the others. Seeing that the pursuers were endless, he said, You guys leave first. I'll block them for a while. Don't worry, Taoist brother. I've long since made preparations. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he sent a sound transmission. Before he finished speaking, a saber beam suddenly shone in the already unstable void. Dao Lord Lu Ye's speed was extremely fast. He had already surpassed the primordial heart devil and was about to catch up to Yan Zhaoge and the others. However, right at this moment, the saber light suddenly lit up without any warning and silently slashed towards Dao Lord Lu Ye's face. Luo Yuan Doomsday Celestial Sovereign. Even with Dao Lord Lu Ye's abilities, he was unable to detect the ambush in advance. He only sensed it when the saber light was about to reach him and his entire body turned cold. Although Feng Yunxing did not catch up with the battle for the Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag, she arrived at the place where Perfected Tai and the others had prepared in time to receive them. This sudden saber strike caused Dao Lord Lu Ye's heart to instantly be filled with the shadow of death. Thankfully, Feng Yunxing's reputation had spread far and wide. No matter how careless Dao Lord Lu Ye and the others were, they were still wary of her ambushes. Thus, Dao Lord Lu Ye was able to react in time to the sudden ambush. The terrifying saber edge tore through the rainbow light, but Dao Lord Lu Ye had already manifested his Vairocana form in time. At the same time that the golden body's defense was raised to the extreme, a perfect Great Sun Buddha's light shrouded his whole body. The saber light still forcefully broke through the Great Sun Buddha's light, and even split the top of the Buddha's golden body. However, the slight delay allowed Dao Lord Lu Ye to transform into a streak of light once more, retreating in the opposite direction at high speed. Finally, he managed to narrowly avoid the attack. Only, the fishtail crown on Dao Lord Lu Ye's head was slashed apart, and he appeared to be in a sorry state. After Feng Yunxing's attack, her momentum didn't stop as she continued slashing downwards. The spatial crevice that was already unstable to begin with instantly showed signs of disintegration. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge and the others were about to leave, and his group was about to lose track of them, Dao Lord Lu Ye couldn't care less about his sorry state anymore. He continuously waved his palms. Rays of multicolored light interweaved in the void, causing the originally invisible space-time passageway to look like a real existence at this moment. Seeing that Feng Yunxing was about to destroy the passageway with her saber again, Dao Lord Lu Ye gritted his teeth and intersected his palms. The all-encompassing summer radiances instantly shattered, causing the entire passageway to shatter. While Dao Lord Lu Ye and the others were within, Yan Zhaoge and the other Taoism experts had yet to leave. The shattered space transformed into a chaotic flow, causing it to become unclear. Everyone was swept within, and then they scattered. Those from the 9 underworlds, the demon race, and the western Pure Lands scattered as well. They started searching for the Tai cultivated deities' whereabouts with their own abilities. The Taoism experts knew of the primordial heart devil and Dao Lord Lu Ye's capabilities. They knew that it wouldn't be that easy to escape. Now, they calmed down and tried to break out of the chaotic space, searching for their comrades. The situation became more chaotic, and the affected area became wider. Yan Zhaoge's expression was serious, but he wasn't nervous at all. As he was thinking about searching for Feng Yunxing, the Tai cultivated deity, Neza, and the others, Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted. He turned his head and saw a devilish chi forming within the chaotic space. Then, a youth with red lips and white teeth appeared. Although he looked like Neza, his gaze was filled with malice, and devilish chi was overflowing. Shadow Devil? Yan Zhaoge looked at him with interest. Although the Shadow Devil still had Neza's appearance, the universe ring on his neck, the wind-fire wheels beneath his feet, the mixed heavenly silk on his arm, and the fire-tipped spear in his hand had already disappeared. Not only that, but his body was also becoming more and more blurry, as if he was losing his human form, turning into a blurry shadow. In the end, there was only a shadow in front of Yan Zhaoge. Without his actual body, he existed within the void. I wanted to look for Taoist Tai, but I couldn't find him. Never did I expect to meet the young heavenly lord. As the shadow swayed, a voice resounded from within. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, "If you really can't do it, just give the white cloud-bound flag to the Western Pure Lands. The Western Pure Lands would be more than happy to exchange for it with what you want." "Young heavenly lord, you must be joking," the shadow devil said. "You used the Amitabha Buddha's possession to obstruct the Western Pure Lands Taoists. Even if the Amitabha Buddha isn't able to leave for now, he would definitely retrieve the green lotus flag afterward. Do you intend to fight against the Buddhists to the death just because of this? Speaking of which, I'm also troubled. If the Buddhists retrieve the green lotus flag, how are we going to trade with them?" The shadow devil's tone was calm, as if he was chatting with Yen Zhaoge as an old friend. "Stop it." Yen Zhaoge snorted. "The Amitabha Buddha didn't make a move at that time, and he most likely wouldn't make a move after that. If it's the vast freedom heavenly devil, I would have to be more careful." The shadow devil's tone didn't change. "That's naturally for the best. If that's the case, even if we can't find the 5-self-apricot yellow flag, we would still be able to help the Western Pure Lands retrieve the green lotus flag from you, young heavenly lord." As he spoke, the shadow's appearance started changing. The originally dim shadow also gradually gained color. In the blink of an eye, a young man appeared in front of Yen Zhaoge. The young man was dressed exactly the same as him, and had the same appearance. Chapter 17:15. He was dressed in white with a blue robe with black edges. Although his hair was neatly combed and tied up, it was much shorter than an ordinary person's. His facial features were handsome and his demeanor was dazzling. There was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Just now, the green lotus flag should have been more or less contaminated by the water of my 9 underworld sea. Before it is purified, it shouldn't be able to be used, right? The other party said. Even his voice was no different from Yen Zhaoge's. Looking at the person before him at this moment, Yen Zhaoge felt like he was looking at a mirror. Become real. He couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm just a grand virtual immortal, and you're a grand heavenly immortal. There's no need for you to do this, is there?" Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, "Young heavenly lord, you should say that to the Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord and the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. I won't treat you as an ordinary grand virtual immortal." "That's a pity." Yen Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly. "Actually, I'm rather interested in whether you have any other methods other than resembling shadows becoming real. I've never seen you use it before." "Since young heavenly venerate has become a fellow cultivator of the 9 underworlds, you will naturally know many things," Shadow Devil replied with a smile. "That's too troublesome." As Yen Zhaoge said this, he strode forward within the air towards the Shadow Devil. "I'm still used to using this method to speak to people." As he moved forward, he raised one of his palms up high. As he took a step forward, he chopped down on the Shadow Fiend's head. As Yen Zhaoge's palm descended, 2 streams of qi intermingled unceasingly beneath his palm. The two interweaved together, expounding the profound principles of the separation of yin and yang. This single move seemed to simultaneously contain the principles of the Jade Clear lineage's yin-yang heavenly scripture, the Grand Clear Taiji yin-yang palm, and the Prime Clear Bright Crimson Tribulation Sutra, these 3 supreme martial arts. Then, they were all integrated into the cyclic heavenly seal. However, the 2 streams of qi were neither black nor white, nor were they red and white. One stream of qi was dim, while the other stream of qi shone brightly. A supreme martial art that had never been seen since ancient times till now, executed by Yen Zhaoge. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Shadow Devil secretly sighed in admiration. The simultaneous cultivation of the 3 pure ones is indeed marvelous. The great demon thought to himself, not only is this person talented, he is also calm and experienced. He isn't as frivolous as he looks. While Yen Zhaoge had taken the initiative to attack this completely new palm art, while tyrannical and vigorous, also contained within it was ingenious, having infinite variations. It was like painting on a piece of paper, splashing ink boldly, but the painting was full of white space. While it was full of aftertaste, it also left room for one to continue changing. Although it's said that the three pure ones are one, the principles of martial arts have been developed to this day. Even if one were to cultivate the supreme arts of the three pure ones at the same time, how difficult would it be to master and integrate them? Looking at this palm of Yanzhaoge's, a thought instantly flashed through the shadow devil's mind, not to mention something like this, actually seeming to have fused together, regenerating a new transformation. Wonderful, truly wonderful! But, while the shadow devil was full of praise, facing Yanzhaoge's attack, his movements were not slow in the slightest. He did not make any other movements, just mirroring Yanzhaoge as he struck out with a palm. Still, while it's hard to understand how you did it, in my eyes, it's something that I share with you. In an instant, the scene of yin and yang intersecting shockingly appeared on the shadow devil's palm as two streams of qi, one bright, one dark, coiled and merged. The palm that seemed to be exactly the same as Yanzhaoge's directly met Yanzhaoge's palm. The two completely identical palm arts clashed amidst space at this moment. The majestic, terrifying aura alone seemed able to compress the space here into a primordial yin and yang, everything being crushed into dust, no longer existing. The shadow devil was fully focused. What he was concerned about was actually not Yanzhaoge's palm. He concealed a supreme treasure of the devilish Tao in his hand, guarding against Yanzhaoge's chaotic essence hammer, heaven ascending drum and other grand firmament immortal artifacts at all times. After all, other than those special treasures like Nez's, it was hard for him to replicate other people's items. Still, when their palms truly clashed, the shadow devil's expression suddenly changed. Yanzhaoge's grasp of yin and yang remained unchanged. However, a change suddenly occurred beneath his palm. The two qis of yin and yang that had originally circulated, one bright, one dark, shook as they suddenly changed form, splitting into 6 even smaller streams of qi. 2 black and 2 white, respectively representing the jade clear lineages yin-yang heavenly scripture and the grand clear taiji yin-yang palm. 1 red and 1 white represented the prime clear lineage's bright crimson tribulation scripture. The palm art that was originally exactly the same as Yanzhaoge's had suddenly been split into 3 different supreme martial arts of Taoism that had the same principles. Not to mention fusing them together and creating a completely new scene, even the connection between them that they had gained mastery over and comprehended them had become fragmented. What caused the Shadow Devil's heart to palpitate even more was the fact that these 3 supreme martial arts of Taoism that had been split up were actually rapidly dissipating as well. The 3 intersecting yin and yang quickly dissipated, vanishing like snow in an instant. The Shadow Devil could not feel the resonance and trembling of the principles of the heavens and earth for a time, as only emptiness existed. It was as if he had really only imitated Yanzhaoge's actions as he raised his hand and struck out with a palm. However, this palm was merely an empty shell that only had a superficial appearance. As the wind blew, it would shake because of this. However, what he was currently facing wasn't a gentle breeze, but Yanzhaoge's shocking palm. With a misjudgment, the Shadow Devil had no intention of dodging or defending himself. He had suffered this attack for nothing. He originally intended to use the Devil Dao's treasure to suppress Yanzhaoge's grand heavenly immortal artifact. Now, he was forced to use it to defend himself. However, the heavenly ascension drums drumming resounded above Yanzhaoge's head, restricting the Shadow Devil's treasure instead, allowing Yanzhaoge's palm to land solidly on him. Fakes are fakes in the end. Yanzhaoge laughed softly. The Shadow Fiend let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying backwards. The traits of Yanzhaoge that were imprinted on his body quickly faded away, and he reverted back to a dim black shadow. He was struck back to his original form by Yanzhaoge's palm. Even if he had ascended to the grand heavenly realm and couldn't be harmed by grand virtual realm attacks, he was still seeing stars. Previously, when he replicated the grand virtual realm Yanjiaoge, to a certain extent, he had lowered part of his traits to the grand virtual realm. If he had perfectly replicated Yanjiaoge's combat prowess, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when facing many grand heavenly realm experts head-on. However, when Yanjiaoge's palm came crashing down, not only did it cause the Shadow Devil's attacks to crumble, but it also caused his defenses to crumble apart like paper. The Shadow Devil might not be in such a sorry state if he transformed into Yanjiaoge's appearance. However, with this transformation, he had done himself a huge favor. The Shadow Devil staggered backward. However, Yanjiaoge didn't let his guard down. After one palm, another palm came crashing towards the Shadow Devil's head. The Shadow Devil looked over, only to see the scenes of creation condensing around Yanjiaoge's body, forming the foundation of the world. His raised palm manifested the opening of chaos and the stabilizing of the heavens and earth, explaining the profundities of chaos opening. At this moment, the primordial earlier Heaven 3 scriptures and the later Heaven 6 scriptures combined perfectly, vaguely showing signs of merging as one, with all arts returning to their roots. Chapter 17-16. With Yanjiaoge's performance during the fight for the Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag, the Shadow Devil wasn't worried that the great sage equaling heavens would appear. The Shadow Devil felt that he had already placed himself very low, already placing Yanjiaoge as highly as he could. He had already made up his mind to transform into Yanjiaoge's appearance using illusory manifestation, then fight a battle of attrition with Yanjiaoge with a strength that was close to similar. What was being exhausted was not endurance, but who was more durable. While replicating Yanjiaoge of the grand virtual level would cause many of his attributes to be lowered to the grand virtual level, he still had the foundation of the grand heavenly undying embodiment body. If he were to trade blows for blows, no grand virtual immortal would be able to fight him to the end. Yanjiaoge's strength was astonishing, and his defenses were so strong that even many grand heavenly realm experts couldn't hurt him. But what about his own attacks? The Shadow Devil was thinking of using his spear to attack his shield, making use of this to frustrate Yanjiaoge. He did not even have any hopes of killing Yanjiaoge by himself, as he only hoped to end the battle within the shortest amount of time possible, wresting away the green lotus flag in Yanjiaoge's possession that had been contaminated by the seawater of the deep abyss of the 9 underworld. If he could gain more, it would be a pleasant surprise. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he didn't succeed, Shadow Fiend would still be able to escape unscathed. No matter how shocking Yanjiaoge's strength was and how he could defeat a veteran devil lord like him, one of the first few ancient devils in the world, could he defeat another him so easily? However, after exchanging blows, Shadow Fiend realized that he was ridiculously wrong. At this moment, seeing Yanjiaoge's figure, seeing that scene of the primordial earlier Heaven 3 scriptures and the later Heaven 6 scriptures vaguely combining as one, the Shadow Devil's body that resembled a dim shadow involuntarily shook slightly. His gaze was fixated on the top of Yanjiaoge's head. In that place, there seemed to be an indescribable auspicious cloud existing, hazy and chaotic. It was similar to Yendi's grand simplicity splendor cloud, yet different as well. This primal chaos auspicious cloud was faintly discernible. One moment it became concrete, the next moment it became blurry, and the next moment it disappeared. The Shadow Demon didn't really care when the outline of the magic cloud was clear and concrete, or when it disappeared completely. However, when this auspicious cloud was hazy and blurry, seemingly illusory yet real, seemingly boundless, yet also seemingly collapsing into an indescribable point, Shadow Devil's gaze immediately became sharp. It's not complete yet. It's only in its embryonic form. However, the Shadow Devil took a deep breath and retreated to avoid coming into contact with Yanjiaoge. As one of the 12 devilish gods, he was being forced to flee by a grand virtual immortal. But there's already the shadow of the everlasting jade purity. The shadow demon's face turned ugly, gathering the 9 scriptures and cultivating the 3 pure ones at the same time. Could it be that I can return to Wuji and see the beginning? It was common knowledge that even though the last 9 volumes of the primordial heavenly scripture had been gathered, it was impossible to obtain the first volume of the primordial heavenly scripture, the peerless heavenly scripture. However, the other 9 scrolls all originated from the peerless heavenly scripture. Before Yen Zhaoge, there had never been anyone who could cultivate the 3 purities to such a high level. The 3 purities were one, and they were interconnected. Although they were already categorized, Yen Zhaoge, who cultivated the 3 purities at the same time, might be the person who had the deepest understanding of the relationship between the 3 purities' supreme martial arts other than the Elder Lord. Although he didn't cultivate the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, he had read through its contents and was proficient in the Grand Clear Tai Fist. As such, in recent years, many people had been guessing whether Yen Zhaoge, who cultivated the 3 purities and pushed open the immortal door, had hopes of using the last 9 scrolls to reverse-engineer the peerless heavenly scripture of the 10 scriptures. He really succeeded? Seeing the vague primal chaos auspicious cloud above Yen Zhaoge's head, the Shadow Devil's heart was filled with doubts. At the same time, he felt shocked. Did he possess the complete peerless heavenly scripture and kept it a secret? Or did he really succeed in deriving the incomplete peerless heavenly scripture? If he was given some more time, would he be able to derive the complete peerless heavenly scripture? Just now, when he performed shadow becoming reality to copy Yen Zhaoge, he had already noticed the abnormality. When copying others, such as Neza and the others, after the Shadow Devil had succeeded, he would be able to execute their supreme martial arts immediately. However, when he copied Yen Zhaoge's appearance, although he had succeeded, he had to wait for Yen Zhaoge to make a move before he could replicate it. It was almost equivalent to learning a move after seeing a move. If Yen Zhaoge didn't make a move, the situation might even become the 2 of them staring at each other. At that time, the Shadow Devil had thought that Yen Zhaoge's simultaneous cultivation of the 3 purities had affected his shadow becoming reality to a certain extent. However, from the looks of it now, this might be part of the reason, but it was far from being the only reason. Another important reason was that Yen Zhaoge seemed to have gradually reversed engineer a portion of the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture, just that it was still incomplete. Therefore, he couldn't be like Suo Mingzhang's heaven-severing scripture and stop the Shadow Devil's shadow becoming reality from the start. Shadow becoming reality could still be used to a certain extent, but it wouldn't be as powerful as it looked. The moment the real and the fake came into contact with each other, the fake would be completely beaten back to its original form. To the Shadow Devil, he might as well have failed the replication right from the start, like how he had faced Suo Mingzhang. At least that way, he wouldn't look like he had a card up his sleeves, but he wouldn't stupidly send himself to suffer Yen Zhaoge's attack. Previously, the Shadow Devil, who had lowered himself to the grand illusionary realm in order to replicate Yen Zhaoge, had suffered Yen Zhaoge's palm. Even now, he could still feel the pain in his heart. If not for his foundation being that of the grand overarching Devil Lord, he might have been beaten to death by Yen Zhaoge on the spot. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. Currently, the Shadow Devil was at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed by Yen Zhaoge. If he wanted to rely on his cultivation to suppress Yen Zhaoge, it would be extremely difficult for him to contend against Yen Zhaoge. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoge was getting more and more relaxed as he fought. He controlled the chaotic auspicious clouds above his head, which were bright and dim at times, appearing and disappearing at times. At the same time, he continuously stepped and slashed the universe with his palms, chasing after the Shadow Devil and fiercely attacking him. As the heavenly ascension drum resounded through the heavens, he also wielded the chaotic origin hammer with his other hand and smashed it towards the Shadow Devil's face with a sneer. The shadow devil sighed helplessly and could only turn around and flee. Just like when he was facing Sua Mingzhang, he no longer had any thoughts of escaping. If he were to continue fighting, he might really die under Yan Zhaoge's hands. The previously chaotic space gradually showed signs of calming down. When space returned to normal, a grand heavenly realm expert like the Shadow Devil would naturally be able to teleport through space much more efficiently than a grand virtual immortal. However, Yan Zhaoge chased after the Shadow Devil. With the help of the Heavenly Ascension Drum and the Chaotic Origin Hammer, the Shadow Devil couldn't quickly escape and could only be chased by Yan Zhaoge. This was all thanks to the Shadow Devil being proficient in movement techniques amongst experts of the same realm. Otherwise, he might not be able to outrun Yan Zhaoge, who was proficient in movement technique. Traces of other people gradually appeared within the void. In the end, everyone was dumbfounded as they saw one of the world's most ancient devils, the Wood Devil, being chased by a grand virtual immortal. Chapter 17:17. Within the void, the primordial heart devil, Daolord Lu Ye, and other top-notch bigwig experts' silhouettes gradually appeared. At this moment, no matter if it was the 9 underworlds devilish Dao, the demon race, or even the Western Pure Lands Buddhist bandies, all of them were staring at Yan Zhaoge with hostility. It would be best if they could eliminate Yan Zhaoge. Comparing the scene of Yan Zhaoge chasing after the Shadow Devil, Yan Zhaoge's previous experiences and achievements made him even more eye-catching, especially when they saw the faintly discernible chaotic auspicious cloud above Yan Zhaoge's head. The grand heavenly realm expert's gaze flickered. Even if they couldn't capture Yan Zhaoge, the green lotus flag in his possession that was tainted and couldn't be used was still extremely attractive to everyone present. The Tai cultivated deity escaped with the Wuji apricot yellow flag. By the time everyone spent some time to find him again, even without Sua Mingzhang and the other experts of the Taoism, the Tai spiritual master, a bigwig of the Jade Clear lineage, would have already successfully refined the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Although the 9 underworlds devilish Dao had a way to dispel the Wuji cultivated deity's apricot yellow flag, it would be extremely difficult to stop the Tai cultivated deity. It wasn't as convenient as the green lotus flag. The monster race hoped to have their own flag so that they could have another means to deal with Mahamayuri. The 9 underworlds hoped to obtain the flag to trade with Buddhism. The Western Pure Lands hoped to reclaim the green lotus flag. Naturally, they had their eyes on Yan Zhaoge. However, at the same time, Feng Yunxing, Neza, and other Taoism experts rushed over. The two sides were faintly in a stalemate. Mahamayuri didn't appear again. After the Wuji apricot yellow flag was gone, he didn't intend to stay and left. Due to the green lotus flag, the other factions were faintly forming an alliance, while Taoism seemed to be alone. However, their opponents didn't let their guard down. Although Taoism's Yang Jian and Sua Mingzhang hadn't arrived yet, they were sufficient to make everyone wary. The primordial heart devil didn't help the Shadow Devil. The spatial turbulence was gradually calming down. As the Shadow Devil was a veteran grand heavenly realm expert, the 2 grand heavenly immortal artifacts could only obstruct him for a while. Yan Zhaoge wouldn't be able to kill him within a short period of time. As time passed, the miraculous effects of a grand heavenly realm expert's omnipresence slowly manifested itself once more. At the very least, the Shadow Devil had hope of retreating, although he might have to pay a price in blood. At least, the primordial heart devil had to be careful of Feng Yunxing and Neza. Having been injured by Yan Zhaoge's palm due to his carelessness earlier, even if the Shadow Devil were to face others, wanting to move like a shadow to become real and replicate the opponent, it would not be so convenient as it would be much slower and more sluggish. While being chased by Yan Zhaoge, the other Taoism's top-notch grand heavenly realm experts would suddenly ambush him. Other than that, the primordial heart devil stared at the blurry chaotic auspicious cloud above Yan Zhaoge's head and pondered. The later 9 scriptures of Yuanshi are all gathered together, and there's also the Tai Fist and the Chaos Extinguishing Origin scripture. Can the person who cultivates the three clear Daos and pushes open the immortal door really reverse the jade clear peerless heavenly scripture? Tao Lord Lu Ye was also observing Yan Zhaoge, or could it be that he already had the peerless heavenly scripture, just that he kept it hidden? Is it really a coincidence that he's the first person to ascend to the immortal realm and 5 Chi's unification? Tao Lord Lu Ye narrowed his eyes. Although possessing the peerless heavenly scripture or the chaos extinguishing origin scripture isn't able to create an immortal, but, similar to the chaos extinguishing origin scripture, other experts were wary of the peerless heavenly scripture's reappearance. However, the pinnacle bigwigs weren't afraid of it. Compared to the peerless heavenly scripture itself, Tao Lord Lu Ye was more concerned about the peerless heavenly scripture's origins and the deeper meaning behind it. If someone else obtained the peerless heavenly scripture, Tao Lord Lu Ye and the other grand heavenly realm experts would have an easier time. Yan Zhaoge, who had opened up a new path of cultivating the 3 clear lineages, would become even more troublesome if he obtained the peerless heavenly scripture. Especially when they imagined Yan Zhaoge ascending to the grand heavenly realm, they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Everyone had their own thoughts as they confronted each other. For a moment they were all silent. Only Yan Zhaoge acted as if no one else was present and continued attacking the Shadow Devil. The Shadow Devil didn't ask for help from the Primordial Heart Devil and the others. He forcefully endured Yan Zhaoge's Primordial Chaos Hammer's attack and created an opportunity to escape. Under the Primordial Chaos Hammer, the Shadow Devil's Devil Dao treasure transformed into a clump of shadow that resembled his own body. After the 2 clumps of shadows fused together, they were dispersed by the Primordial Chaos Hammer. However, they weren't extinguished. After twisting and dancing in the air, they reformed and used this chance to distance themselves from Yan Zhaoge. Then, the shadow flickered and seemed to exist in every corner of the world. Just like an illusion, the shadow flickered and only one remained. It floated beside the Primordial Heart Devil as if it had always been standing there. The shadow twisted. Its aura was even weaker than before, and its entire body was dimmer. As expected of the young heavenly lord, the Shadow Devil coughed continuously. Yan Zhaoge kept the Primordial Chaos Hammer and said, "Other than becoming real like a shadow, you still possess other abilities. In this battle, my wish was fulfilled, and I managed to see what I wanted to see." The Shadow Devil couldn't help but smile bitterly. Tao Lord Lu Ye and the others stared at Yan Zhaoge, and their gazes wavered slightly. However, before they could say anything, Yan Zhaoge's gaze scanned through the entire battlefield and stopped at the demon race's camp. "Nine-headed bug, let's make it clear. Just stand there and watch how I'm going to kill you." Yan Zhaoge stared at the 9-headed bug and smiled. "I was busy with the Wuji apricot yellow flag just now. Now that I'm here, don't run away." The 9-headed bug was so furious that he laughed instead. "Heh, youngster, you sure are arrogant." Although he had just witnessed Yan Zhaoge's battle with the Shadow Devil, the 9-headed bug wasn't afraid. After all, the Shadow Devil's situation was too unique. "Nine-headed great sage, please allow me to settle my karma with this benefactor Yan first." Suddenly, another voice resounded. A white lotus appeared in the demon race's camp. The white lotus bloomed, and a young man dressed in monk robes sat atop it. His smooth black hair draped behind his back. Everyone recognized him as the sword master of the 6 paths, Chu Su. The 9-headed bug looked at Chu Su. "You're talking about your master, the treasured sword Buddha? My Buddhism cultivation isn't sufficient. I've embarrassed myself," Chu Su said calmly. "My master perished because of this benefactor Yan. As his disciple, I have to settle this karma for him. Otherwise, I'll fall into hell." As for the Maitreya Buddha, the 9-headed bug frowned. Chu Su put his palms together. "The Buddha is merciful, knowing that I'm here. Up to you." The 9-headed bug nodded and said. Chu Su turned around and looked at Yan Zhaoge. Benefactor Yen hasn't passed the origin heavenly tribulation yet. Logically speaking, I shouldn't be so thick-skinned as to invite you for a battle. However, forgive me for not being able to wait any longer. Today, I'd like to challenge Benefactor Yen to a battle. Chapter 17-18. Although they already knew Chu Su's intentions, there was still a slight commotion when they heard him issue a challenge. No matter where he came from, the sword son of the Six Paths, Chu Su, was a grand heavenly realm expert who had attained Buddhahood and cultivated his own pure land of Buddhism. At the fourth tier of the immortal realm, a grand heavenly immortal was close to the Tao. It could be said to be the most unique. The all-heaven immortal physique possessed an eternal and unrestrained body. Stepping through the origin heavenly tribulation to ascend into the golden immortal realm carried extraordinary meaning. Although Chu Su came from the heretical path, he was widely recognized as a genius. His strength was almost on par with the Buddhas of the Western Pure Land who had attained the righteous path of Buddhism through their looks. As a sword cultivator, he was even more adept at fighting and killing, which made others look at him in a new light. As for Yen Zhaoge, he had yet to transcend the origin heavenly tribulation and was still a grand virtual immortal. Now, the grand heavenly realm Chu Su was challenging the grand virtual realm Yen Zhaoge. Of course, with the help of the grand heavenly immortal artifact, Yen Zhaoge had slain the Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha Lord, defeated the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, and even defeated the Shadow Devil. All of these proved that he wasn't an ordinary grand virtual immortal. Even a grand heavenly immortal wouldn't be able to defeat him easily. However, that could still be considered as meeting on a narrow path, and they had no choice but to fight. Currently, Chu Su was taking this matter seriously. As a grand heavenly realm, he was officially challenging the grand virtual realm Yen Zhaoge. Moreover, he was acting very humble. Regardless of who won or lost this battle, even regardless of whether Yen Zhaoge accepted the challenge, Chu Su had already thrown away his face this time. It was just that looking at Yen Zhaoge, everyone here vaguely felt that the scene before them did not seem all that shocking after all. The primordial heart devil looked at Tao Lord Luya. This should be the second time in history, right? Since Yang Jian, who was still a grand virtual immortal in ancient times, it seems like no one has appeared before today. Tao Lord Luya nodded and didn't reply. He only looked at Yen Zhaoge and Chu Su with a probing gaze. If we don't fight today, will your sword become duller and duller? Yen Zhaoge did not use the difference in their cultivation bases as a reason to refuse the battle. He just first appraised Chu Su, a rather interested expression appearing on his face. Now is the moment when my blade is sharpest, Chu Su answered calmly. Yen Zhaoge smiled playfully. I admire your frankness, but not only are we not friends, we instead have enmity, being enemies. Why must I clash with you when you are at your strongest? Since you will become weaker and weaker, then the weaker you are, the easier it will be for me to defeat you. The longer this goes on, the more advantageous it will be for me. Why don't I wait a little longer? Regardless of whether Yen Zhaoge had defeated the Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha Lord, the Shadow Devil, and the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, who were also in the grand heavenly realm like Chu Su, Yen Zhaoge was still a grand virtual immortal. It was only natural for him not to accept a grand heavenly immortal's challenge. I will praise my enemies, but I have no interest in aiding them. Looking at Chu Su, Yen Zhaoge spread his hands apart. Chu Su said calmly, Benefactor Yen naturally does not have a reason to help me. I have no other requests other than to personally end my master's karma, regardless of success or failure. He raised his head and stared at Yen Zhaoge. I've attained the Buddhist kingdom, while Benefactor Yen is still a virtual immortal. No matter how special you are in the grand virtual realm, this is still unfair to you. As he spoke, he stood up from the white lotus. The longsword that was originally placed horizontally on his knees was thrown onto the lotus platform. Then, he leaped down from the lotus platform. Benefactor Yen, How many grand heavenly immortal artifacts do you have? You can use all of them. I'll challenge you with my bare hands. Chu Su said, regardless of the location. Neza had an arrogant personality. Previously, when he heard Chu Su challenging Yan Zhaoge, although he was confident in Yan Zhaoge, he couldn't help but mock Chu Su. However, after hearing Chu Su's words, his gaze turned slightly more solemn. A top-notch grand virtual immortal with grand heavenly immortal strength might be able to contend against a bare-handed grand heavenly immortal with a grand heavenly immortal's grand heavenly immortal. Not to mention, Yan Zhaoge was an anomaly amongst anomalies. Moreover, Chu Su's strength still couldn't compare to a top-notch expert like Neza. No matter how much of a genius he was, the heretic's innate limitations still existed. Moreover, Chu Su wasn't just giving Yan Zhaoge the advantage of his weapon. He was even giving up his geographical advantage. With such an attitude, if he wasn't confident in his abilities, then he was prepared to die. For Chu Su, this wasn't a path that he had to take. Even if his sword became blunt and his cultivation decreased, he would still be a grand heavenly immortal heretic. Even if he couldn't take revenge personally, he might still have the chance to witness his enemy's death. However, he still came. Other than himself, he had given up on all external forces and only wished for a battle. Everyone looked at Chu Su and remained silent. Yan Zhaoge looked at Chu Su again. After a while, he suddenly smiled. I accept your challenge. There's no need for you to restrain yourself. You're a sword cultivator, and your sword is related to your life. Since this battle requires you to go all out and not leave any regrets, you should bring your sword along. Yan Zhaoge said plainly, as for whether I use my weapon or not, that's my business. There's no need for me to choose the location. Let's just do it here. With so many fellow Taoists here, they can bear witness to our battle. Yan Zhaoge looked at Chu Su, however. I can only fulfill your wish until here. Take revenge for the sword Buddha? You won't stand a chance. As Yan Zhaoge spoke, he was already walking towards Chu Su. A grand virtual immortal facing a grand heavenly immortal. As Yan Zhaoge walked forward, his figure grew taller and taller, as if he was a heavenly god descending upon the mortal realm, overlooking the world. Benefactor Yan, please. Chu Su didn't turn around to retrieve the longsword he threw down from the White Lotus. Instead, he walked forward towards Yan Zhaoge. As the two approached each other, it didn't seem like they were traversing thousands of miles in an instant. Instead, it seemed like two people who had just started cultivating martial arts were walking on flat ground, facing each other. However, the void between the two clearly showed signs of intertwining and distortions. Although Chu Su didn't have a sword in his hand, his sword chi surged, and a six-colored sword light appeared. As the sword light rotated, space seemed to distort. Objects that were originally tangible became illusory. As the sword light rotated, they were about to be sucked into the sword light. As Yan Zhaoge faced the sword light, his mind went blank for a moment. An illusory world seemed to appear in front of his eyes. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared, and Yan Zhaoge felt like he was about to be sucked into one of them. Chu Su pulled himself out of the 6 paths of reincarnation, slaying devils and plucking karma in an attempt to trap Yan Zhaoge within the cycle of reincarnation. The more karma his opponent had accumulated, the stronger Chu Su's sword force would be. Chu Su often had a shocking record of defeating the strong despite being the weak. If Yan Zhaoge's response was slightly inappropriate, his soul would immediately be sent into the 6 paths of reincarnation, and he would instantly be defeated. Chapter 17:19. Unlike the treasured sword Lord Buddha Lord's sword will that evolved the 6 paths of reincarnation, the sword of Chu Su focused on stirring up the karma between the opponent and the creation and reincarnation of the heaven and earth. Through this, the opponent would be trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation, turning the entire world into the opponent's enemy. If this attack succeeded, Chu Su himself would be uninvolved, while Yen Zhaoge's enemy would become the reincarnation principles of this world's creation, as if he was the enemy of the entire world. Dao Lord Lu Ye, the primordial heart demon, and the others watched the battle attentively. While the Shadow Devil had just been defeated by Yen Zhaoge, this battle still held great suspense. The more karma involved, the heavier the negative karma. The weight of one's negative karma originated from one's experiences and was not necessarily related to one's strength. However, besides an extremely small number of experts who were able to ascend to the Golden Immortal Realm and Grand Void Realm, which one of them hadn't overcome all obstacles to arrive at their current position. It was a fact that the stronger one was, the heavier the negative karma would be. However, the greater the opponent's negative karma, the stronger Chu Su's sword momentum would be. Therefore, those who understood Chu Su's swordsmanship often said that he became stronger when he met strong opponents. Ever since Chu Su had made a name for himself, he had many battle records of defeating stronger opponents despite being weaker than him. This was a solid foundation for his current reputation. Of course, the heavier the karma, the easier it was to be dragged into the 6 paths of reincarnation, but it didn't mean that one would be doomed eternally. Anyone below the Tao realm would feel pressured when going against the laws and principles of the entire world of creation. However, if one could avoid or break free from the shackles of reincarnation before that happened, the situation would be very different. Facing this sword of Chu Su's, Yen Zhaoge let out a long breath, a profound, indiscernible glow lighting up above his head. As the essence of God gathered above his head, he felt as if he had been enlightened. The chaotic changes caused by Chu Su's sword will and the bizarre scene still existed, but it had become much more stable. As far as the eye could see, there was the disturbance of the mortal world, the howling of a myriad of malicious spirits, the boundless sea of blood, and so on and so forth. As Yen Zhaoge lowered his head, he saw streaks of black qi emanating from his body. They resembled countless threads, entangling with each other and falling into the 6 paths of samsara. The black threads were trying to drag him into the cycle of reincarnation. All of this seemed illusory yet real, and it wasn't something that could be broken just by struggling. When it came to karmic entanglements, the more one struggled, the deeper and tighter the entanglement would become, and the faster one would fall into samsara. If he was really dragged into it, the enemy that Yen Zhaoge would have to face would no longer be Chu Su. Instead, it would be the endless cycle of reincarnation that had circulated throughout this entire world. Back in the Jade Spring world, during the fight for the immortal trapping sword and slaying the sword Buddha, Yen Zhaoge and the others had fought against Chu Su. With the immortal slaughtering sword in hand, Gao Qingxian managed to barely evade Chu Su's attack. Even with the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand, the golden body of the great sage might seem like he was using brute force to overcome technique, but in truth, he was just too clumsy. Other than his immense strength, every single move he made was filled with profound profundities. Otherwise, if he were to rely solely on brute force, he would have to be careful that he would not be able to overcome it. At this moment, looking at the streams of black qi attempting to drag him into the cycle of reincarnation, Yen Zhaoge did not struggle in the opposite direction. Instead, he took the initiative to stride towards the chaotic scenes of the 6 paths. Chu Su's heart sunk slightly. Looking over, she saw a faint jade-green light flickering within Yen Zhaoge's pupils, which then enveloped his entire body. Between the specks of light, jade-green threads were interconnected. They resembled a light fog, which revolved around Yen Zhaoge's body. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge raised his hand and punched towards the 6 paths of reincarnation. His fist seemed to envelop the surrounding space, filling up the entire universe, filling up time, and occupying the past and future. It was ethereal, yet omnipresent. However, as Yen Zhaoge raised his hand and punched, streaks of white sword qi surged forth. While those streaks of sword qi seemed gentle, they contained the horrifying image of all things withering and being annihilated. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, The foundation of existence within the world was completely annihilated, heading towards its end. The three concepts fused perfectly at this moment, giving rise to a brand new transformation. Yen Zhaoge's entire body was enveloped by the jade-green fog, as if he was hiding within a jade-green nebula. The nebula shone with starlight, causing it to appear blurry. The nebula gradually turned from jade-green to pure white. As Yen Zhaoge strode forward, the pure white cloud of fog moved forward as well. Wherever it passed by, the scenes of the 6 paths of reincarnation started disappearing soundlessly. There was no world-shaking commotion, nor was there any intense collision. Only when the white nebula came into contact with Chu Su's sword intent, a soft rustling sound could be heard. That was the result of thousands of collisions between the two. Chu Su guided the myriad phenomena of reincarnation and the various sceneries of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Yen Zhaoge used an even more ingenious method to split them into billions of tiny nodes, which were then destroyed one by one. Jade Clear Primordial Heavenly Scripture, Grand Clear Tai Fist, Prime Clear Immortal Ending Sword Manual. The Shadow Devil looked at this scene and said softly, before ascending to the grand heavenly realm, he had already created more than one brand new Taoism supreme martial art. Coincidentally, it's able to counter Chu Su's reincarnation sword manual, said the primordial heart devil slowly. As Yen Zhaoge's figure was enveloped by the pure white nebula, the streaks of black qi that guided him into reincarnation started breaking apart and were isolated by the white qi starlight. Upon seeing this, Chu Su's gaze remained emotionless, as if he had perished. Within the void, his soft sigh resounded. In the next moment, the silky black hair on his head started falling off. Everyone's eyes suddenly froze. Chu Su stood quietly on the spot. His long hair fell off. Along with the monk robe that he had always been wearing, his appearance was no different from other monks. Behind his head, a cluster of perfect Buddha light even shone. His sword qi had also reached an unprecedented peak. His extreme obsession towards hatred and his perfect comprehension towards Buddhism had both reached the peak at the same time. While they contradicted each other, they existed at the same time, perfectly fusing together. As if a double-edged sword. As Chu Su placed his palms together, his sword intent suddenly surged. While water could extinguish fire, if the water was too weak and the fire was too strong, the fire would extinguish the water as well. As Chu Su's sword intent guided, the door of the 6 paths of reincarnation within the void reopened, revealing a myriad of phenomena. At the same time, a large amount of black qi swept towards Yen Zhaoge like a tornado. While Yen Zhaoge's body was surrounded by white qi starlight, the black qi formed by the karmic powers couldn't be dispelled. It swept Yen Zhaoge's entire body like a tidal wave. Under the guidance of the black qi, the horrifying 6 paths of reincarnation were like a colossal beast with its mouth wide open, wanting to swallow Yen Zhaoge whole. The scene in front of Yen Zhaoge changed again. Many unfamiliar yet familiar faces appeared. Some of them had already been buried in the river of time. However, now, they appeared in front of Yen Zhaoge again, causing him to recall the past. Chapter 1720. Watching the battle between the two sides, everyone present was completely focused. Seeing that Chu Su's worries were gone, and the Buddha's light appeared on the back of his head, as if he had achieved enlightenment, but his sword intent and obsession had also risen to the peak, the expressions of the people watching the battle became more serious. He has some skill. The 9-headed bug muttered to himself. The central blessed lands of Saha could produce such a character. What an anomaly! Lord Lu Ye beside him nodded slightly. That's right. In their eyes, the new generation of Sword Buddha, Chu Su, was even stronger than some of the Buddhas of the Western Pure Land who had attained enlightenment on the righteous path in terms of combat prowess. Even the Red Inferno Dhamma King, the Narayan Buddha, and the Virtuous Splendor Buddha were inferior to the number 1 Buddha under the blessed lands of the White Lotus Maitreya. On the other side, the primordial heart devil sighed and said to the shadow devil, including before the great calamity, ever since the blessed lands of the White Lotus appeared, it has been several tens of thousands of years. This should be the strongest heretic grand heavenly immortal. He should also be at the pinnacle of a heretic grand heavenly immortal. In terms of combat prowess, there shouldn't be anyone stronger than him, said the shadow devil softly. The Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva and the other Buddhist Bantis remained silent as they watched the battle. Neza suddenly said, "What a pity!" The incongruous Divine Mother appeared beside him and sighed after a while, "Indeed, what a pity!" Feng Yunxing remained silent. Compared to Chu Su, she was more concerned about Yen Zhaoge. In a trance, many faces flashed past Yen Zhaoge's eyes like a lantern. There was the furious Yi Jing, whose entire body was covered in flame patterns. There was the arrogant Zhao Hao, who looked down on others. There was also Lin Zhou, who berated Yen Zhaoge for changing the history that he was familiar with. There was the Broad Creed Mountains decimating Abyss Lord, who was also the sect's longtime elder, Xian Dongping, who single-handedly guided the 9 underworlds crevice to tear open in a rank 8 world. There were the Sacred Sun sect's members who had been fighting against the Broad Creed Mountain for many years. Huang Guanglie, Huang Su, and Huang Jie's 3 generations fought against the Broad Creed Mountain. There was the Sacred Sun Saint Zhang Chao, who fought from a rank 8 world all the way to the world beyond worlds. In the world beyond worlds, there was also the Radiant Light sect, the Grand Xian dynasty and Zhuang Shen and Zhuang Chaohui of Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope. There was the true immortal Qian Yuanzi and the upper exalt Chen Qianhua. Later on, because of his mother, Xue Chuqing, he went against the descendants of the exalted earth luminary Jiang Shen. Thinking back to when he had left the world beyond worlds that year, over 400 years had already passed since then. Following that, the figure that appeared before him grew closer and closer. That distant feeling of unfamiliarity also grew fainter and fainter as the person grew more and more familiar. Yen Zhaoge instead didn't intend to continue watching. "It's been so many years." Yen Zhaoge sighed emotionally, and light gathered above his head. Other than the splendor of divinity, the splendor of Qi also appeared above Yen Zhaoge's head. The celestial core around him surged like a rising tide, and it began to increase substantially. The nebula of white gas, which was originally wrapped in the black gas of karma, suddenly expanded in all directions in a seemingly endless manner. The low sound produced when the white gas and black gas came into contact with each other became louder and more deafening at this moment. The spectators felt as if a thunderclap rang in their ears. The black gas quickly retreated, and the scene of the 6 paths of reincarnation also disappeared. Only Yen Zhaoge's figure grew taller and taller, and his aura was terrifying. Although it was only the duo flower's converged crown, and he had yet to transcend the origin heavenly tribulation and transform his celestial core into immortal splendor. However, among the grand heavenly realm experts, other than Feng Yunxing, Daolord Luya Neza, the primordial heart devil, and a few others, everyone else felt pressured when facing Yen Zhaoge. The horrifying aura that seemed capable of crushing the origin heavenly realm shook everyone's understanding of the laws and principles. Yen Zhaoge combined the origin heavenly scripture, Tai Fist, and immortal ending sword, and created an unprecedented profundity with what he had learned. The brilliant nebula and dense white gas swept across the surroundings, breaking through Chu Su's reincarnation sword scripture. Everyone even felt as if the 6 paths of reincarnation had stopped and reversed at this moment. Chu Su let out a groan from the backlash of the reincarnation power. The perfect Buddha light behind his head instantly dimmed. The transparent sword intent withered along with it. Just like how the sword's edge was covered in dust, it couldn't be wiped clean. Specks of flickering light shrouded the nebula and dispersed it. Yen Zhaoge took a step out from within and instantly arrived in front of Chu Su. "I have a sword as well. Sword Buddha, please have a look." Yen Zhaoge pointed his index and middle fingers at Chu Su. Chu Su was powerless to resist the backlash of reincarnation. The faraway sword lights poured down, and the fallen deity sword slashed down, instantly causing him to fall back to the grand virtual realm. Although it was only for an instant, Yen Zhaoge's other hand had already reached out and covered Chu Su's head. In the next instant, Chu Su could return to the grand heavenly realm. However, he knew that he wouldn't have the chance to do so. Fate. Chu Su sighed. Rest in peace. Yen Zhaoge was similarly calm. He exerted force with his palm, and the radiance within Chu Su's eyes instantly dimmed. The most outstanding grand heavenly realm expert in the history of the heretics instantly perished under Yen Zhaoge's palm after releasing his radiance. Yen Zhaoge could even vaguely feel the universe trembling slightly, as if a Buddha light imbued with faith power was faintly appearing. It should belong to the master of the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Maitreya Buddha. Only, due to the immortal extermination formation, he didn't make a move. Yen Zhaoge looked around. When the spectators made contact with his gaze, most of them even felt a slight stab of pain. Although Chu Su had passed away, his figure remained unharmed, and his corpse remained intact. A layer of faint golden radiance gradually surfaced on his body's surface, causing his entire body to resemble a golden Buddha statue. The Buddha statue was extremely lifelike, and its surface wasn't damaged in the slightest. Yen Zhaoge tapped with his finger, causing the Buddha statue to fly to the side. There, a white lotus floated by itself. After the Buddha statue landed on it, the long sword beside it vibrated slightly within its scabbard. There aren't any others from the blessed lands of the White Lotus here. Yen Zhaoge waved his hand again, and the White Lotus floated towards Taoist Luya. I'll have to trouble you to send someone to send Taoist Chu's corpse back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Taoist Luya accepted it. Before he could reply, Yen Zhaoge's gaze shifted to the other side. Nine-headed bug, it's time for us to fight. The two flowers above Yen Zhaoge's head shone brightly. He stood by the void and stared at the nine-headed bug. Everyone else was in an uproar upon hearing his words. After consecutively battling against the Shadow Devil and Chu Su, two grand heavenly realm experts, Yen Zhaoge didn't stop. He immediately challenged another grand heavenly realm expert, the demon race's great sage nine-headed bug. Taoist Neza challenged the ancient Dipankara Buddha. The ancient Buddha had avoided him for hundreds of years. Finally, both of them are in the grand heavenly realm. Yen Zhaoge didn't mention that he had just accepted Chu Su's challenge. Instead, he pointed at himself, and then at the nine-headed bug. Now, a mere grand virtual immortal like me is challenging a demon race great sage like you. You wouldn't be avoiding my battle, right? Chapter 1721. The nine-headed bug's 9 heads had a ferocious expression on their faces, and a ferocious glint flickered within their 18 eyes. Arrogant brat, why are you trying to provoke me? If you want to play such tricks, let me teach you. Although he had just witnessed Yen Zhaoge's battle against the Shadow Devil and Chu Su, the nine-headed bug was still as ferocious as ever. He glanced at Yen Zhaoge. Since you know that you're challenging a grand heavenly immortal as a grand virtual immortal, if I win and you don't give me anything, why should I bother with you for bullying the weak? Brat, what gives you the right to brag here? Neza sneered. When you were at the grand virtual immortal stage, could you even defeat 2 grand heavenly immortals? If you can't do it, are you even worthy of saying that you're bullying the weak? The nine-headed bug chuckled. Although the Samsara sword Buddha lost, he's him, and I'm me. He didn't mention the Shadow Devil on the other side as he just looked at Yen Zhaoge, saying, I don't want anything else from you. You placed down the green lotus flag as a wager. I will accept your challenge. Do you dare to bet or not? The 9 underworlds devils and western Pure Lands Buddha's gazes flickered upon hearing this. Although they didn't step forward, their auras were clearly pressuring Yen Zhaoge. Feng Yunxing and the other Taoism's grand heavenly immortals immediately faced off against the enemies in front of them. The atmosphere instantly tensed up. After hearing the nine-headed bug's words, Yan Zhaoge laughed. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Wouldn't our battle be a death match? The green lotus flag was tainted by the 9 underworld seawater, and it can't be used for the time being. I'll carry it with me, and I won't hand it over to anyone else. If you can kill me, it'll naturally belong to you. You can bring along your scrap metal as well. I don't care about it. I'll just borrow your 9 heads. Yan Zhaoge pointed at the 9-headed bug. We'll fight to the death. Do you dare to come? The 9-headed bug stared at Yan Zhaoge and yelled, That's for the best. Die, kid. Before he finished his sentence, he swept along the 9 heavens' astral winds and instantly arrived in front of Yan Zhaoge. This sudden pounce was akin to a sneak attack. Upon seeing this, Neza cursed loudly again. He wished he could block this formation for Yan Zhaoge. Only when Daolord Lu Ye stopped him from afar did he stop. The 9-headed bug ignored Neza's curses. Now that they were truly fighting, his arrogant and haughty aura instantly vanished, leaving behind only a cold and stern killing intent. It would be best if you don't flee later on. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as the jade-green light within his eyes outlined numerous runes. Facing the crescent moon's spade that was already descending from the 9-headed bug's hands, Yan Zhaoge advanced instead of retreating. He took a step forward, almost avoiding the edge of the crescent moon's spade. He rushed into the inner circle and raised his hand to block the long pole of the crescent moon's spade. Their bodies shook simultaneously, but that crescent shovel was shockingly forcibly deflected by Yan Zhaoge. With the 9-headed bug's chest wide open, Yan Zhaoge immediately struck out with a palm with his other hand. The 9-headed bug hurriedly raised a hand before his chest as well, blocking Yan Zhaoge's palm. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the two's powers collided. Yan Zhaoge's body shook as the 9-headed bug stumbled a step backwards. Jade Clear Cyclic Heavenly Seal, Grand Clear Crutch, Prime Clear Immortal Exterminating Sword Manual. A thought instantly flashed through the 9-headed bug's mind, another new supreme martial art created by combining the 3 purities, supplemented by the origin heavenly scripture. Actually, this wasn't the first time he clashed with Yan Zhaoge. Back when Yan Zhaoge had just attained the 5 Qis unification, before the battle for the immortal exterminating formation, they had already clashed briefly. At that time, Yan Zhaoge had to borrow the immortal exterminating sword's sharpness to block the 9-headed bug's attack. Now, he was clashing head-on against this 9-headed great sage with his bare fists. Yan Zhaoge gained the upper hand with a single move, and he didn't show any mercy. He continued stepping forward and punched towards the 9-headed bug again. The 9-headed bug wasn't ordinary either. He didn't panic in the face of danger. Gusts of wind swept by his body like a heaven-piercing blade, slashing towards Yan Zhaoge from all directions. Streams of qi rose from Yan Zhaoge's body. The grand beginning bright emptiness form and the grand plainness immeasurable body were unleashed together, forcefully blocking those terrifying gusts of wind. The 9-headed bug frowned. The combination of grand primordial and grand plainness of the grand pure lineage was one of the top defensive techniques of the Taoist sections. However, it could not be executed by just anyone. A grand virtual immortal could withstand the attack of a great sage of the demon race. When he focused his gaze, he discovered that beneath Yan Zhaoge's pristine qi, there was also the foundation of the world formed by the jade clear later heaven 6 scriptures. The 3 flowers converged crown would transcend the origin heavenly tribulation and ascend to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Immortal essence would transform into immortal splendor, allowing one to ascend to the next level. Virtual immortals couldn't harm heavenly immortals, and immortal essence couldn't harm immortal splendor. On the other hand, when immortal splendor targeted immortal essence, it would be more convenient. It wasn't impossible for a virtual immortal to block a heavenly immortal, but they would have to pay a higher price. However, not only was Yen Zhaoge filled with immortal essence, but he was also able to control his own strength more skillfully than the nine-headed bug in the grand heavenly immortal realm. While immortal essence couldn't harm immortal splendor, with Yen Zhaoge standing here, a grand heavenly immortal like the nine-headed bug wouldn't be able to harm a grand virtual immortal like him either. Under the combined efforts of the two defensive arts, Yen Zhaoge went against the wind and broke through the astral winds. Then, he punched towards the nine-headed bug's chest. He didn't waste the advantage he had just obtained. Instead, he wanted to expand it further. The nine-headed bug was helpless and could only retreat. On the other hand, Yen Zhaoge took a series of steps, advancing step by step as he pressed forward unceasingly. With every step he took and every punch he threw, the nine-headed bug's disadvantage would increase. Fortunately, this demon race great sage had experienced many battles, and his martial arts were astonishing. Even so, he was still being beaten by Yen Zhaoge to the point where he was slowly losing ground. Everyone watching the battle had a solemn expression on their faces. After 2 consecutive battles, he still has so much strength left? The Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva put his palms together. Fighting against the Shadow Devil was fine. After the Shadow Devil miscalculated, he wouldn't be able to make a comeback. However, in his battle against Chu Su, even though the outcome of the battle was decided in just a few moves, the dangers within were far beyond anyone's imagination. Due to the uniqueness of Chu Su's Samsara sword scripture, the outcome of the battle was decided by a thin line. Yen Zhaoge couldn't break through Chu Su's sword and was instantly dragged into the reincarnation cycle. Breaking through the reincarnation sword and subduing one's karma was extremely profound. Although it was only for a short period of time, it consumed a lot of energy. If the nine-headed bug didn't know about this, he wouldn't have accepted the battle so easily after witnessing Yen Zhaoge consecutively defeating the Shadow Devil and Chu Su. This was also the reason why he launched a sneak attack. This demon race great sage no longer dared to underestimate this grand virtual realm opponent. Only Yen Zhaoge was much stronger than what he and the others had expected. It was different from the profound battle against Chu Su and the Shadow Devil. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge had switched to a head-on clash with the nine-headed bug, a demon race great saint. It was a different style, going all out with unparalleled ferocity. Although their fighting styles were different, they seemed to be pointing towards the same outcome. Chapter 1722. Yen Zhaoge had yet to transcend the origin heavenly tribulation, and his immortal essence could hardly harm a grand heavenly immortal. However, the nine-headed bug did not dare to take the attack head-on. It still tried its best to defend itself and turn the tide. He had not forgotten that Yen Zhaoge possessed grand firmament immortal artifacts like the Heaven Ascension Drum and the Chaotic Origin Hammer. If Yen Zhaoge managed to break through its stance, completely ripping apart its defenses, the nine-headed bug would immediately follow in the footsteps of the Shadow Devil if it was unable to withstand the Chaotic Essence Hammer that came smashing down at that time. He intended to shift space to evade and pull apart the distance between him and Yen Zhaoge so that he could regroup. A figure flashed in the void, and it was as if there were many shadows of the nine-headed bug in an instant. Still, Yen Zhaoge's grand heavenly immortal artifact, the heavenly ascending drum, appeared above his head. The surging drum sounds were faintly discernible. Seeing this, the nine-headed bug knew that its plan would not work. As long as the Heaven Ascension Drum obstructed him for an instant, Yen Zhaoge would immediately catch up once more. Now, he could only resist with all his might, not allowing Yen Zhaoge to continue seizing the upper hand. Only then would he have a chance of turning defeat into victory. Having gained the upper hand, Yen Zhaoge rushed into the nine-headed bug's middle plate, engaging it in close combat. The crescent moon spade in the nine-headed bug's hand was inconvenient and difficult to use. However, this great demon had his own means. The two-headed crescent moon shovel was broken in the middle, splitting into two. the nine-headed bug wielded a crescent moon spade in each hand, transforming into two clumps of silver light which swept along numerous gales as they surrounded Yen Zhaoge from the left and right. Open! Yen Zhaoge did not move from his original position as he pushed his hands out to the sides of his body. The power that tore apart the universe pushed the nine-headed bug's two crescent spades away. The terrifying storm was also forcefully shattered. Instead, it was the nine-headed bug's arms that trembled and parted to the sides. He was once again in danger of having his vitals exposed to Yen Zhaoge. The nine-headed bug wanted to change its stance, but Yen Zhaoge was even faster and fiercer than that. Yen Zhaoge's palms intersected. His hands that had originally been spread apart to the sides were now gathered together once more. Moving towards his chest, he struck a second blow at lightning speed towards the nine-headed bug. The nine-headed bug only had time to cross its shovels in front of itself. However, he was a step slower than Yen Zhaoge, his movements hurried and his strength weak. Yen Zhaoge's fists connected, one smashing apart the two crescent moons that the nine-headed bug was parrying while the other immediately punched towards his chest. This time, the nine-headed bug was unable to change his stance in time to block as the two crescent moons in his hands flew out, shooting towards Yen Zhaoge's face. Yen Zhaoge's figure shifted to the side, avoiding one of the crescent shovels as he raised his other hand, blocking the second shovel. But his fists did not stop, and continued to hit the nine-headed bug. The 18 eyes of the nine-headed bug's 9 heads shone with a vicious light as it let out deafening roars. With a shake of his body, he revealed the heavenly law's embodiment technique and instantly transformed into a 9-headed strange bird. In the blink of an eye, black wings covered the sky and the sun. 9 birds cried in unison, and their roars caused stars to fall. The surrounding universe appeared like a meteor shower. The roiling astral winds of the 9 heavens swept towards Yen Zhaoge with an even more violent momentum. Gusts of strong wind interweaved in the void and formed an ancient, profound, and unfathomable talisman inscription. Borrowing the talisman inscription, the 9-headed bug finally managed to block this punch of Yen Zhaoge's. The talisman shattered, transforming into innumerable astral winds that resembled blades once more as they surrounded Yen Zhaoge. The 9-headed bug himself intended to make use of this chance to retreat, increasing the distance between him and Yen Zhaoge so that he could regroup. However, Yen Zhaoge combined the Grand Clear Lineage's earlier Heaven 2 manifestations as well as the Jade Clear Lineage's later Heaven 6 scriptures as one. Bolstered by the 2 great defenses, he broke through the layers of storms and traversed space. Virtually not giving the 9-headed bug any time at all, Yen Zhaoge arrived in hot pursuit once more. A cunning and venomous look suddenly surfaced within the eyes of the 9-headed bug, who seemed to be at his wits' end and cut a sorry figure. His 9 heads were all devouring astral winds as they painstakingly obstructed Yen Zhaoge. 8 of them did not change. Still, one of them suddenly spat out flames from its mouth now. The flames were both gold and red, dazzling and blazing beyond compare as they were wondrous beyond compare. The essence of earlier heavenly fire. The golden-red earlier heaven fire fused with the astral winds of the 9 heavens. The wind enhanced the might of the fire, while the fire enhanced the might of the wind. The fusion of wind and fire instantly lit up a crimson-gold blazing firestorm. It incinerated the heavens and struck the earth, directly burning through space and devouring everything. Just as Yen Zhaoge was about to obtain the upper hand and victory was about to be attained, the 9-headed bug suddenly turned around. At this moment, he revealed his hidden trump card and erupted with all of his strength. He wanted to wear down Yen Zhaoge's sharpness, causing him to lower his guard before dealing a painful blow to turn the tables around. The astral winds of the 9 heavens fused with earlier heaven fire, transforming into countless golden red blades that slashed towards Yen Zhaoge's body. Previously, Yen Zhaoge had been forcibly withstanding the 9-headed bug's attacks with his own defenses. Now, however, the strength of his opponent's attacks had suddenly risen by a whole new level. Yen Zhaoge naturally wouldn't care about the attacks of a grand virtual realm opponent. However, the nine-headed bug before him was still in the grand heavenly realm. Even with Yen Zhaoge's Grand Clear and earlier Heaven 2 manifestations as one, coupled with the Jade Clear later Heaven World's foundation, his defenses were still pierced through by the storm of crimson gold blades. Feng Yunxing, Neza, and the others suddenly looked towards Dao Lord Luya. The nine-headed bug's earlier heavenly fire essence must have been secretly given to him by Dao Lord Luya to help him refine it. No matter how arrogant the nine-headed bug had been previously, both he and Dao Lord Luya viewed Yen Zhaoge with utmost importance, fearing that their preparations weren't thorough enough. Now, they finally had a chance to turn the tables around. The nine-headed bug flapped its wings and lunged towards Yen Zhaoge. Ha! Yen Zhaoge was fearless and didn't even stop his advance. Seeing that the nine-headed bug's defenses were pierced through and the storm of crimson gold astral winds were about to land on his body, Yen Zhaoge didn't panic and instantly reacted. The profundities of the Grand Clear earlier Heaven 5 manifestations manifested on his body. Yen Zhaoge's figure displayed the state of nothingness and Tao returning to earlier heaven, appearing both transparent and formless. As the supreme Tao form was executed, the nine-headed bug's storm of attacks instantly missed. The nine-headed bug was shocked and wanted to rein in its track. However, a song resounded from within Yen Zhaoge's body. The song's syllables were profound and hard to decipher. Even the grand heavenly realm nine-headed bug couldn't fully comprehend it. It seemed to originate from before the creation of the heavens and earth. After being shaken by the celestial song, the nine-headed bug felt as if his soul's thoughts had slowed down by a lot and became sluggish. Yen Zhaoge's supreme Tao song. Let alone the nine-headed bug, even the spectators felt as if their thoughts were obstructed when they heard this song. After snapping out of their daze, everyone couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Everyone knew that a grand virtual immortal's sonorous voice of the great Tao could suppress and affect existences beneath grand virtual immortal. However, no one had ever heard of a grand virtual immortal singing a Tao song that could suppress and affect grand heavenly immortals. Chapter 1723. Everyone present was more or less affected by the song of the Grand Supreme Tao. Feng Yunxing, Neza, Dao Lord Luya, and the primordial heart devil were only slightly affected, almost negligible. However, considering that they were only spectators and weren't facing Yen Zhaoge head-on like the nine-headed bug, Dao Lord Luya and the primordial heart devil's expressions remained serious. As for the others, when they saw the twin flowers' converged crown above Yen Zhaoge's head, and the fact that he was still a virtual immortal, their expressions turned even more solemn. This was no longer a surprise, but a horrifying matter. The spectators were already like this, much less the nine-headed bug who was directly facing Yen Zhaoge's sharpness. The trump card he had used to turn the tables had been dispelled by Yen Zhaoge's supreme Tao form. However, due to the influence of the Imperial Tao song, his reaction was a little slow. Yen Zhaoge's figure transformed into nothingness as he traversed the golden-red storm of flames, his footsteps not being obstructed in the slightest as he instantly arrived before the nine-headed bug, striking out with a palm towards it. The nine-headed bug could not dodge in time, so it could only tilt its body slightly and raise one of its wings to block. However, the instant the two came into contact, the illusory yet real phenomenon around Yen Zhaoge's body instantly disappeared, and his grand Taoist physique faded away. On the other hand, the nine-headed bug's body was transparent and blurry. It was as if the two of them had instantly swapped states. Yet, unlike how Yen Zhaoge had been able to move freely in executing the Grand Supreme Taoist form earlier, the nine-headed bug's body that seemed illusory whilst also real was currently rooted to the spot, unmoving. His eyes were lifeless, as if he had instantly lost his vitality and spirit, empty and vacant. Tao Lord Luya, Primeval Heart Devil, and the others all had grim looks on their faces. The nine-headed bug looked like a person below the tranquil, profound, immortal realm, who was suppressed by the sonorous voice of a grand virtual immortal and forced into a state of thoughtless tranquility. A mere virtual immortal like Yen Zhaoge could actually forcefully suppress the soul will of a demon race great sage. Luckily, in an instant, the nine-headed insect's body shook, and it was about to return to its original form. His gaze, which had lost its focus and luster, trembled and was about to regain its vigor. Yet, in that short instant, Yen Zhaoge had already raised his palm, shattering the nine-headed bug's heavenly Dharma embodiment with a single palm. The gigantic shadow of the nine-headed bird shattered, revealing a much smaller nine-headed bird. It was the true form of the nine-headed great sage. Yen Zhaoge firmly grabbed that wing of the nine-headed bug with his right hand before the chaotic origin hammer appeared in his left hand, smashing downwards towards the other party. The 8 heads of the strange bird let out howls of extreme pain in unison, one of them having already been smashed to the point of blossoming by Yen Zhaoge's hammer. The second. As Yen Zhaoge spoke, the chaotic origin hammer descended once more, instantly shattering yet another head of the nine-headed bug. The nine-headed bug roared and struggled with all its might. Yen Zhaoge still held on tightly to his wings, their opposing forces tearing at each other as feathers fell to the ground like rain. The nine-headed bug increased its own strength and broke off one of its wings. He hurriedly retreated, wanting to escape. While they had agreed that today's battle would be a battle to the death, the nine-headed bug doubtlessly no longer had the courage to continue battling with Yen Zhaoge. If they continued fighting, it would really be a matter of life and death. The one who would die would only be him, not Yen Zhaoge. Amidst the nine-headed bug's enraged roar, surging gusts of wind blew towards the heaven-ascending drum above Yen Zhaoge's head. Then, his figure flickered, and layers of images appeared within the void, as if they existed at any point in time. Runes formed by jade-green radiances within Yen Zhaoge's pupils, which flickered non-stop. He tossed away the nine-headed bug's broken wing. As the nine-headed bug was desperately trying to escape, another item appeared in his hand, which he hurriedly took out. It was a wooden rod that was only 3 to 4 inches long. There were 3 iron rings on the wooden rod, which flickered with rainbow radiances. 7 treasures golden lotus. Upon seeing this, the Western Pure Lands Buddhas couldn't help but exclaim. The 7 treasures golden lotus was the treasure that the Manjushri vast law heavenly lord had imparted to Jinzhao, the invisible dragon rod. Yen Zhaoge had obtained it after killing Jinzhao. Tao Lord Luya frowned, and rainbow radiances vaguely flickered from his body. However, this time, it was Neza's turn to sneer. He stepped on the wind-fire wheels and separated Tao Lord Luya from Yen Zhaoge's battlefield. As for the others, including the demon race, 9 underworld's evil devils, and Buddhist Bantis, they were all ready to make a move. Perhaps they had their own conflicts with each other. However, because of the 5 self-apricot yellow flag, the green lotus flag, and even Yen Zhaoge himself, they had vaguely formed the same camp. However, Feng Yunxing and the incongruous Divine Mother followed Neza and went forward to stop the other party. Yen Zhaoge seemed to be ignoring the situation around him. He took out the invisible dragon rod, and the wooden rod grew bigger as it faced the wind. The 3 iron rings on the wooden rod also grew bigger, forming 3 rainbow radiances, which went towards the nine-headed bug. The nine-headed bug's eyes widened in anger. However, he couldn't dodge in time due to his grave injuries, and was trapped by the radiances. A ring of light latched onto his neck, immobilizing his remaining 7 heads. The second radiance latched onto his body, while the last one latched onto his claws. The nine-headed bug struggled with all his might. However, the more he struggled, the tighter the radiance latched onto him. In the next instant, Yen Zhaoge had already caught up to him. He raised the chaotic origins hammer and smashed it down once again. With a dull bang, the nine-headed bug's 3rd head was shattered by Yen Zhaoge's hammer. That's why I've said it before. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, Don't run away until the end. As he said that, his hands didn't stop. He smashed another hammer, shattering another 9-headed bug's head. The 9-headed bug wouldn't die only after all 9 of its heads were shattered. Currently, after Yen Zhaoge consecutively shattered 4 of its heads, it was already on the verge of death. The remaining 5 heads were exhaling more than they were inhaling. Even without the invisible dragon rod, he no longer had the strength to resist and escape. Even if Yen Zhaoge let him go now, he would die from his grave injuries in no time. At this moment, the battle's life and death had already been decided. While you have a lot of heads, it's not enough for me to beat you up. Yen Zhaoge didn't hold back. With another hammer strike, he completely killed this demon race great sage. During the Middle Era, the 9-headed great sage who had wreaked havoc for a period of time perished just like that. After the blessed lands of the White Lotus New Generation soared Buddha, Chu Su, Yen Zhaoge slayed the 9-headed bug of the demon race with the grand virtual realm. I didn't expect him to still have the invisible dragon rod. The shadow devil looked at the 9-headed great sage being smashed to death by Yen Zhaoge's hammer and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, this thing is useless against me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape. With their relationship with the blessed lands of the White Lotus, this thing couldn't be borrowed. In other words, Jinjia also perished by his hands. The primordial heart devil didn't say anything. He only looked at Yen Zhaoge quietly. Previously, he had the intention of helping the 9-headed bug and Chu Su. In the entire world, no one was more proficient than him in manipulating others in the dark. Unfortunately, Neza had suffered a loss at his hands not too long ago. As such, he had been keeping a close eye on him. Yen Zhaoge himself didn't have an obvious flaw in his heart like Neza, which made it hard for the primordial heart devil to make his move. Today, I managed to discover many things. The primordial heart devil remained silent for a while and muttered to himself. Chapter 1724. After pondering for a moment, the primordial heart devil decisively said, "We'll stop here for today. The situation isn't favorable for us. However, if we don't have the Wuji apricot yellow flag or the green lotus flag, what do we do about the Western Pure Lands?" asked the shadow devil. "We can't possibly use our white cloud-bound flag to exchange for it, right? We'll think of another way." The primordial heart devil stared at Yen Zhaoge. "He used the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture to counter your manifestation of shadows. There's something fishy about this." The shadow devil remained silent and slowly nodded. To be able to witness the young heavenly lord's prowess, this trip was truly worth it. The primordial heart devil cupped his hands towards Yen Zhaoge. "Today's matter concerns the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Since there's already an outcome, how would we dare to continue? Let's part ways here. Let's meet again in the future." Under the lead of the primordial heart devil and the shadow devil, the group of 9 underworld's devils slowly retreated and started disappearing within the darkness. Upon seeing this, the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva and the other Western Pure Lands Buddhist Bante's expressions turned gloomy. However, they didn't stop the 9 underworld's devils from retreating. Instead, they clasped their palms together and chanted, "Namo Amitabha." As the glazed Buddha light shook, the Buddhas of the blessed lands retreated together and disappeared within the void. The Wuji apricot yellow flag was the first to be discovered by the Western Pure Land. In order to attract the attention of others, the Dipankara ancient Buddha even accepted Neza's challenge. In the end, it was like flowers in a mirror and the moon reflected in the water, an illusory bubble in the end. Currently, the Western Pure Lands Dipankara ancient Buddha, who was challenged by Yang Jian, was still unknown. If the Dipankara ancient Buddha was injured by Yang Jian, not only would the Western Pure Lands not obtain anything, but they would also have to pay the price. Just thinking about it made one depressed and disappointed. "You're too polite. We'll meet again in the future." After seeing the primordial heart devil and the others leaving, Yen Zhaoge suddenly smiled. A chance encounter is better than an invitation. After returning to the Juluo Royal Reed Heaven, this Yen and my wife will prepare a huge gift and sincerely invite everyone to come. Please don't reject us. Listening by the side, Feng Yunxing did not act bashfully as she silently came to Yen Zhaoge's side. Seeing the two of them standing side by side, the primordial heart devil and Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva fell silent for a moment before saying, "Congratulations to the two of you. We will definitely send you gifts when the time comes, but we may not have the time to attend the ceremony. Please forgive us, young heavenly lord." His voice lingered in the air. Be it Buddha or demon, they all dispersed. On the other side, seeing that Yen Zhaoge had no intentions of returning the nine-headed bug's corpse, Daolord Luya said mildly, "I have to congratulate the two of you as well. Just like what little friend Yen said, we will definitely meet again in the future. Let us meet again then." Although the Dao monasteries did not seem to have many people here, none of them were easy to deal with. Now that the nine Nether and Buddhism monasteries had retreated, Daolord Luya and the other demon experts naturally had no intention of staying. Moreover, the other grand cultivators of the Dao sect could arrive at any time. Especially Yang Jian and Suo Mingzhang's whereabouts were unknown. Daolord Luya was also fearful. The demon race did not intend to start a full-scale battle with the Dao sect. Although the Astro Mountain Starry Sea's losses were much greater than the Western Pure Lands, the demon race did not just lose a nine-headed great sage. The blessed lands of the White Lotus had also lost two top-notch experts, the Lotus Platform spreading Dharma Buddha and Chu Su. Especially Chu Su's death, which greatly affected the situation. Although the blessed lands of the White Lotus had more grand heavenly realm heretic experts than the Immortal Court still had the great dream heavenly lord Wang Guan. Without Chu Su's restriction, the two sides' overall strength would change. Daolord Luya and the nine-headed bug had heard about the Lotus Platform spreading Dharma Buddha's death from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, the blessed lands of the White Lotus didn't know if the invisible dragon rod was destroyed or if it had fallen into Yen Zhaoge's hands. They also didn't know the details of Yen Zhaoge's battle with Jin Jia. Although Daolord Luya and the nine-headed bug were worried that the invisible dragon rod would become a powerful weapon in Yen Zhaoge's hands, Yen Zhaoge refining it within such a short period of time still exceeded everyone's expectations. What was even more unexpected was Yen Zhaoge's supreme Taoist form and supreme great Tao song. Otherwise, the nine-headed bug wouldn't have been trapped by the invisible dragon rod. If he knew that Yen Zhaoge was so ferocious, the nine-headed bug wouldn't have agreed to a deathmatch with him. He even hoped to obtain victory with the help of the earlier heavenly fire essence, which resulted in him losing his life. While Taoism's grand clear lineage has similar methods, this Yen Zhaoge's fusion of the grand cosmos' 5 manifestations, with his own unique comprehensions within, is truly unique. Daolord Luya thought, and that peerless heavenly scripture of his, what exactly? The primordial heart devil's departure left Daolord Luya in deep thought. As he calmed down the myriad of thoughts in his mind, he commanded the group of demons and slowly dispersed. Yen Zhaoge and the Taoism's people didn't pursue him either. Neza's temperament was wild and violent. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he vaguely noticed that the enemies seemed to be working together. If he were to force them, it wouldn't be good. After all, he didn't suffer any huge losses. Moreover, he even obtained the yellow earth apricot flag. Taoism had gained the upper hand this time, which made Neza's emotions calm down. Currently, he was more concerned about the outcome of the Dipankara ancient Buddha in the Western Pure Lands. Let's go and take a look. We'll also receive Taoist Yang along the way. Yen Zhaoge kept the invisible dragon rod and other treasures and said, "After all, that's the Western Pure Lands." Everyone immediately went on their way and returned to the void territory outside of the Western Pure Land. Taoist Yan's 3 purities cultivation is truly wondrous. It's truly an eye-opener for me. Neza couldn't help but praise Yen Zhaoge. Although he was prideful, he knew how strong Yen Zhaoge was now after comparing his strength with the duo flowers' converged crown in the grand virtual realm. From the looks of it, you seem to be even more versatile than Taoist Yang Jian's 8-9 Mysteries art. Neza clicked his tongue in surprise. How many new supreme martial arts have you created? Yang Jian's 8-9 Mysteries art was the supreme martial art that excelled in the transformation of the fleshly body. It was ever-changing and possessed remarkable abilities. Not only was his body sturdy and unbreakable, but his physical combat prowess was also outstanding. He could even manifest many other experts' abilities, allowing him to adapt to all sorts of environments and counter all sorts of opponents. Comparatively speaking, Yang Jian's weakness was the immortal slaying flying saber. In the past, the immortal slaying flying saber was his nemesis. However, the so-called weakness was only compared to Yang Jian's own strength. As Yang Jian learned from his own strengths, he became even stronger in this aspect. He wasn't even afraid of the immortal slaying flying saber anymore. As Neza continuously observed Yen Zhaoge's battles, he realized that Yen Zhaoge was proficient in all sorts of supreme martial arts, and was proficient in all sorts of combat styles. No matter if it was against the Shadow Devil, Chu Su, or the Nine-Headed Bug, Yen Zhaoge's combat styles were all different. For a moment, Neza couldn't find any of his weaknesses. Neza couldn't help but feel curious. Little friend Yen, you seem to have some results in reversing the peerless heavenly scripture? Asked the incongruous Divine Mother, who was more concerned about another aspect. Chapter 1725. Upon hearing what the incongruous Divine Mother said, Neza's attention immediately shifted over. As he was of the Jade Clear Direct lineage, he was naturally concerned about the legendary peerless heavenly scripture. When Yen Zhaoge had clashed with the Shadow Devil earlier, the primordial earlier Heaven 3 scriptures and the later Heaven 6 scriptures had manifested miraculously, intermingling as a chaotic auspicious cloud, had been indistinctly visible above his head. Neza had limited interactions with Yen Zhaoge previously. He didn't understand the situation as well as the incongruous Divine Mother. As such, when he saw Yen Zhaoge, he was even more surprised. Only, he didn't dare to ask about it. Yen Zhaoge's tone was calm as a look of joy appeared on his face. There are indeed some results, just that it is still incomplete. I have only managed to catch a glimpse of some of its intricacies, and am still far from the true peerless heavenly scripture. To be able to restrain the shadow demons become real, this is a risky move, a pleasant surprise. Hearing this, Neza sighed and said, everything is difficult at the beginning. Now that we've started, we're almost halfway there. With your talent and potential, fellow Taoist Yen, I believe that you will definitely succeed in reverse deriving the complete primordial heavenly scripture one day. Before Grandmaster transcended, he did not pass down the peerless heavenly book. Later on, Master and Uncle Master went to Tushita Palace to ask Uncle Master, but they did not obtain anything. Being able to see the peerless heavenly book reappear in this world, while I'm still alive, can be considered as fulfilling one of my wishes. It was rare for Neza to be long-winded, but the goddess of Wudong felt the same way. The incongruous Divine Mother felt that it was a pity that the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's prime clear lineage had only regained the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture a few years ago due to the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's premature death. Still, there were legacies left behind at the very least, unlike the Jade Clear lineage where the primordial heavenly Lord of primordial beginning had transcended without passing down the peerless heavenly scripture. Therefore, the incongruous Saint Mother could understand Neza's feelings at this moment. However, the more Yen Zhaoge listened by the side, the more he felt that something was wrong. Towards the end, great waves surged within his heart once more. The suspicions that had been lingering in the bottom of his heart resurfaced at this moment. On the surface, his expression was the same as usual. With a solemn expression, he replied, "If that day truly comes, This Yen does not dare to claim credit for it. Being able to gather the other 9 scrolls of the primordial heavenly scriptures is all thanks to the help of many people. If we want to collect the remaining 9 volumes of the primordial heavenly scriptures, we might have to think of a way after the Great Calamity. But it was easy for us before the Great Calamity. We just need a few martial uncles to collect them. Besides, although we don't have the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, the Tai Fist is not difficult either. Neza shook his head and said, "We have tried it in the past, but we still have no clue." Yen Zhaoge smiled. Following the Great Calamity, our Taoism declined slightly. It was indeed not easy to gather all 9 primordial heavenly scriptures. This Yan's path has also been rather bumpy. Still, we still succeeded at the end of the day. The reappearance of the peerless heavenly scripture proves the dawn of our Taoism's resurgence. This can be said to be a good omen. It can also be said that it is precisely because of the efforts of the seniors of the same Tao that I am able to reverse the peerless heavenly scripture today. Neza laughed. "You're right." The incongruous Divine Mother smiled faintly as well. Although the Prime Clear and Jade Clear had an unpleasant relationship in the past, things had changed with the passage of time. The overall environment was already different, and the relationship between the two gradually became better. Now it was time for them to be in the same boat. With the reappearance of the peerless heavenly scripture, Taoism's overall strength continued to grow. While the incongruous Divine Mother wasn't as happy as Neza, she still felt a little gratified. Feng Yunxing didn't say anything. She only looked at Yen Zhaoge with her eyes filled with smiles. As they were chatting, the void in front of them suddenly shook and a voice resounded. "What are you talking about? Why are you so happy?" Before he finished speaking, Yang Jian's silhouette appeared in front of everyone. Yen Zhaoge and the others sized him up. Seeing that he was unscathed, they all let out a sigh of relief. After all, they were in the Amitabha Buddha's Western Pure Lands. Yang Jian's havoc wasn't without any risk. The Amitabha Buddha protected Burning Lamp and didn't make things difficult for me. It's all thanks to the Cloud Sky Lady's control of the Immortal Extermination formation. However, I can't hold on to Burning Lamp anymore, said Yang Jian with a smile. Yen Zhaoge nodded. This was more or less what he expected. Burning Lamp broke the rules first. The Amitabha Buddha gave us an explanation by not making a move immediately. Yang Jian looked at Neza and smiled, which is why I still injured that bastard to help you vent your anger. Although the Amitabha Buddha was peaceful most of the time, the outcome would be different without the Immortal Extermination formation. Neza cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Taoist. I'm sorry for making you run around for me." "Don't mention it. We're all on the same path. There's no need to thank me." Yang Jian said, however, with the Amitabha Buddha in the Western Pure Lands, it's hard for me to injure Burning Lamp's core. It's still hard to determine if it would affect his plot against the 9 underworlds in the future. According to my guess, if the 9 underworlds doesn't take any action within a short period of time, Burning Lamp should be able to recover. Of course, you can seek revenge on him yourself. After hearing Yang Jian's words, Neza nodded. Of course, it's best if I can take revenge myself. That's exactly what I wanted. He gritted his teeth. In the previous battle, I was ambushed by the primordial heart devil, and the outcome of the battle wasn't determined. This isn't over yet. I want to fight against that baldy Burning Lamp again. Randang was injured by me. Now, I have a good reason to hang up the exemption sign and ignore your challenge. Yang Jian said, even if his injuries were healed, he would still use this excuse to drag things on. If you want to find him, you'll have to wait until the 9 underworlds plot. When that happens, he would have no choice but to come out. Yen Zhaoge spread his palms apart. With the ancient Burning Lamp Buddha's personality, even if you didn't injure him, he would definitely not come out. He wouldn't accept Taoist Neza's challenge anymore. Unless he has another request like this time. When everyone heard this, their faces revealed a look of deep agreement. Neza said hatefully, "Don't be afraid. I'm going to waste my time with him. Previously, I've blocked him for 200 years. Now, I'll continue to block him. I'll peel off all his skin. Let's see how long he can hide." Yan Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others all laughed. "Looking at you guys, I know that Burning Lamp's plan has failed." Yang Jian asked again, "Is it really the Wuji apricot yellow flag?" Yan Zhaoge nodded, "That's right. It's the Wuji apricot yellow flag. It had already been taken away by the Tai cultivated deity and returned to our jade clear lineage. With that, Burning Lamp has truly lost this round." Yang Jian clapped his hands and sighed. "The Wuji apricot yellow flag has returned to the jade clear lineage. Our late master would be happy to know of this. There's something even happier for senior apprentice Uncle Jade Cauldron to know of this," Neza said joyfully. "Taoist Yen has gathered the 9 scriptures and cultivated in the 3 clear lineages. There's hope for him to reverse engineer our jade clear lineage's first scripture, the peerless heavenly scripture." Yang Jian was surprised. He looked at Yan Zhaoge. "You have an idea?" "I have an idea, but there's still a long way to go," Yan Zhaoge answered.